appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
The new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet!
Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agree to work for UCC, Steph. And together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this. It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs, from engines to shields to weapon systems, because yes, you can fly it.
Thrusters boosted.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land into Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
On behalf of Hexworks, welcome to the Lords of the Fallen Gameplay Showcase. Today, we're taking a closer look at our all-new dark fantasy action RPG, arriving this October on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. Spiritual successor to the original 2014 release, it acts as a full reboot for the franchise, taking place in a vast, interconnected world over 1,000 years later. Featuring colossal boss battles, fast, challenging combat, and deep, immersive storytelling, players will journey across 2 parallel realms in this expansive RPG experience. The world of the living, Axiom, and the world of the dead, Umbral, with each featuring its own unique pathways, characters, enemies, and, of course, treasures. And while Axiom presents its own challenges, untold horrors await in its nightmarish counterpart. Thanks to the Umbral Lamp, players can enter this lightless world at any time in one of 2 ways. When slain by the foes of Axiom, at which point you'll resurrect in the same location, albeit in Umbral, or by performing the Umbral Rift and willingly sacrificing one of your 2 lives. But the lamp holds yet more power, granting the ability to flay the soul from an enemy for some high damage attacks, and even manipulate the very environment of the Umbral world. However, the longer you spend in this wraith-ridden plane, the greater number of spectral terrors that will hunt you down. But as harrowing as the Hellions of Umbral are, they pale in comparison to the game's brutal boss battles. Towering above the ever-burning city of Kalrath, this gargantuan monstrosity doesn't take kindly to would-be adventurers, the demonic presence within ready to devour any and all within sight. A merciless torturer, prepared to carry out any atrocity in the name of his faith. Tancred, Master of Castigations, is the devout chaplain of the hallowed Sentinels. Though beneath the pious veil, his very own flesh conceals a truth most foul. When Harrower Dervla ventured into the deepest depths of this world to thwart the undead rising, what she discovered was so utterly horrific that she renounced her former life in commitment to a far darker oath. Pre-order Lords of the Fallen now, and prepare to unleash the darkness on Friday the 13th of October.
introduce myself. My name is O, H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music man's #1 supplier. Flying in a piece of paper bearing my name. Got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. That's right, not DOC, but similar to the letters. No one can do it better. You can blame Sean, but I ain't invent the game. I just roll the dice trying to get some change. I done came through the block, but I ain't invent the game. Still alive, it's in my veins. Only God can check me. Only God can check me, so I'm gone.
It's sometimes difficult to reconcile that Diablo 3 is over a decade old. Its release was polarizing for a number of reasons, but its evolving formula of action role-playing endured, enjoying a resurgence with its post-launch expansion that carried through years of ongoing seasonal updates. It shouldn't come as a surprise then that each of those years helped inform the design of Diablo 4, a game which confidently delivers gameplay that has been carried forward and refined from Diablo 2 and 3, while also establishing a strong foundation for the franchise's future. Diablo games have always contained stories for their single-player campaigns, but you'd be forgiven for thinking of past storylines as merely contextualization for the game's primary focus, dungeon crawling. That's where Diablo 4 makes one of its most striking changes. It not only takes its story far more seriously, but it tells one that's far more engrossing than ever before. As a traveling wanderer, you come across a small town of villagers on a snow-capped mountain range looking for some aid. After killing some creatures and returning, you're welcomed as a hero and given food and shelter, only for the villagers to try and use you in a ritual sacrifice to Lilith, co-creator of Sanctuary and recently resurrected antagonist of this tale. This encounter links you to Lilith, driving you forward on a quest to stop her plan of amassing an army for her own nefarious purposes.
By mother's blood, by mother's body, so shall you witness her glory before you die.
Much of that sounds like standard Diablo fare. There's a big bad demon and you're the only one who can stop it, but Diablo 4 makes intelligent use of Lilith, layering her motivation slowly to the point where you can't help but consider her side of the argument. She's not driven solely by a lust for destruction. Instead, she's grieving, with the place she once created to escape the endless cycle of war between heaven and hell now being used as a staging ground to continue it. She's an antagonist that has been slighted by those she trusted at every turn, and while her means of exacting justice provide the reason for your entire crusade in the first place, it's surprising and equally welcome when Diablo 4 forces you to slow down and consider the true goal of your struggle.
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary.
The trope of the soul survivor has been tried and tested in Diablo for years, and Diablo 4 doesn't completely change that. Instead, it puts a much larger emphasis on companions than ever before, with most acts centered around a new party member rather than a demon you're eventually hunting down. An early standout is Vigo, a prideful knight who is forced to endure a conscience-ruining loss after a single, selfish action. It's not just Vigo's remorse that is heart-wrenchingly conveyed, but also the horrors of his eventual redemption, leading to one of the more powerful character moments in the entire game. Vigo's story is a teaser for many similar arcs that follow, all of which do a great job of providing a cause for your character to join your fight while also contextualizing their motivations to continue or abstain from the enduring conflict. This applies to most of the allies you recruit in your fight against Lilith, each of which has their own motivations that feel faithful to their respective journeys. It's a level of care I can't recall being given to many past Diablo companions, and Diablo 4 certainly makes far more liberal use of them through the campaign to make them feel purposeful. Bringing together this ragtag group takes place over Diablo 4's extensive 6 acts, some of which you can tackle in different orders. Previous Diablo titles had each act accompanied by a change in locale, but in Diablo 4 it only takes a few moments before you're given free reign to explore its intimidatingly large interconnected map. Here you can transition from frigid mountaintops to desolate deserts in just a matter of minutes, with the transitional areas doing a good job of masking an otherwise jarring change. Having a static layout that you can learn and get comfortable with imbues exploration with a greater sense of wonder than previous hubs, which were often filled with enemies to kill before diving into the next dungeon. The geography also gives towns and larger cities a sense of place on a bigger map. Each distinct area is shown off with a great amount of visual detail, with Diablo 4 incorporating a delightfully macabre style that is befitting of its violent story. It's not trying to overly correct some of the criticisms laid on Diablo 3 either, with pops of colour used tastefully to highlight areas of hope and kinship that contrast against the broader strokes of dread and fear painting the rest of the landscape. Things don't always hold up when the camera zooms in to give conversations a cinematic feel, as a degradation in detail on character models and environments is a little more discernible. Regardless, it's still a striking presentation that looks incredible in motion, while also keeping information clear enough to read when fights get chaotic. The moment-to-moment action in Diablo 4 is one of its strongest traits, which is for the best given how genre-defining the series has been over the years. There's an argument to be made that Diablo 3 went too far in the direction of simplification, and that's exactly where Diablo 4 course corrects in smart ways. You're still limited to a total of 6 active abilities at a time, 4 on your hotbar and 2 on each mouse button for those on PC, but how you construct your build is no longer linear. Instead, each new level lets you invest a point in a branching skill tree, with each of its core nodes branching further out into new abilities and associated passive perks. You need to invest a certain number of total points to continue unlocking each of these nodes, so you will have to think carefully about abilities and how they serve your greater build. It's a system that allows for a lot of flexibility, letting you experiment with focusing on one specific ability as the foundation of your build, or dabbling with ways to combine 2 entirely different paths, such as empowering your summoned skeletons while also firing off loads of blood-infused magic as a necromancer. Experimentation is further encouraged by Diablo 4's low cost to respec and unlimited chances to do so. Unlike the more punishing approach in Diablo 2, you can completely redefine your build at any time for a small fee of in-game gold, approaching your skill tree with a different idea or mindset, or just making some small changes to adjust for a difficult fight. This freedom is empowering in a similar way to that of Diablo 3's fluid build system, but it still requires you to engage meaningfully with synergies to make your builds viable. It feels like the culmination of all the ways previous games in the series have allowed you to play, while catering to as many playstyles as possible, but without many of the critical compromises from the last time out. The cost for respec does naturally increase the higher your level, but it never got to a point where I felt it was too expensive in relation to the amount of gold I was earning at the time. Thanks to this system, I felt free to continually change up my approach to my necromancer. I started with a combination of skeleton summoning, shadow damaging attacks, and some blood spells for survivability. The necromancer's unique ability lets me either summon minions from corpses or sacrifice the ability entirely for passive advantages, which led me to realize that I could theoretically play a necromancer entirely as a pseudo mage with blood and bone abilities. After some taxing boss battles, I decided to go all in on a summoning build that accentuated the abilities of my skeleton soldiers, mages, and large hulking golem, each of which had 3 different variations I could combine to find the perfect synergy. It was consistently satisfying to find a build that worked for a couple of hours and then completely change it, either through necessity or curiosity. Seeing small decisions manifest as big changes in terms of overall viability gives me faith that each class is going to be picked apart for various approaches that maximize elements of different playstyles. playstyles. While the skill tree is where you will ultimately establish the basis of your build, aspects of power are a new facet of the role-playing formula that allows you to hone it. These collectible skills, so to speak, can be combined with rare pieces of gear to turn them into custom legendary items, imbued with the exact ability that complements the build you're constructing. This alleviates some of the headaches associated with grinding out dungeons in the hopes of a particularly legendary piece of gear dropping, while also providing a new avenue of options for build construction. That isn't to say it diminishes the rush of a big legendary drop though. Legendary weapons can often feature the same abilities as aspects do, but will regularly have better percentage rolls on their effectiveness, making them the ideal path to the most optimal late game build still. Aspects of power are obtained by clearing the many dungeons sprawled around the map, each of which feature their own multi-stage objective to complete. Some are as simple as killing enemies and depositing their souls to progress further, while others require you to hunt down a specific foe in search of a key that lets you reach lower levels of the dungeon. Each of these concludes with a boss fight, which for the most part are less interesting than those found in the main story dungeons. Bosses throughout the story are multi-layered bouts, with shifting enemy attacks that can completely change the landscape you're fighting in, forcing you to consistently think about positioning and when the best moment for an attack is. Bosses in these more common dungeons lack that sense of complexity, and I often found my skeleton warriors completely overwhelming many of them, to the point where many of the bosses would just stand in place and attack until dead. Given the sheer number of dungeons on offer, it might not have been possible to retain the same level of tension across every boss encounter, but when you're bouncing between several of these as you grab aspects of power throughout your campaign, it's difficult not to notice the stark contrast in quality between the two. As with any Diablo title, Diablo 4 is nowhere near complete once you've rolled credits on the campaign. World tiers return to incentivize you to go through everything again with a higher degree of difficulty, but also more rewards to reap. It's welcome that Diablo 4 retains the option that allows you to jump into more challenging world tiers from the very start this time, preventing a potentially frustrating first playthrough devoid of any meaningful challenge. Outside of increasing world tier, the map becomes littered with additional side activities that join regular side quests, rotating open world dynamic quests similar to the patrols in Destiny 2, and strongholds. Strongholds are extremely hostile areas that are densely populated with enemies usually a level or two higher than you, providing a larger challenge to overcome than regular groups of foes around the open world. Minor objectives also make this feel like a smaller scale open air dungeon, with new waypoints and merchants usually unlocked once you rid the area of the threat.
You will never harm another soul.
Larger scale world boss fights that are best tackled with numerous other players you will find in the open world are also available, although no multiplayer features were available during the review period. Finally, Whispers of the Dead encapsulate time bounties that pop up throughout the world, with each one rewarding you with an additional currency that can be turned in for caches of gems, weapons, and more. Nightmare sigils, which can be obtained through completing Whispers of the Dead quests, can be used to unlock additional nightmare dungeons. These add new modifiers to existing dungeons around the map that can do anything from change the type of enemies you encounter to rolling new random abilities they might have at their disposal, with the allure of even rarer loot drops enticing you to run them over and over again. There is a familiar but equally expansive framework in place already in Diablo 4 that should satiate you across multiple playthroughs, with plans already detailed by Blizzard to expand on this through seasons of new content similar to that of Diablo 3.
Now, our true work begins.
Diablo 4 at this time cannot escape comparison to the past of the franchise it belongs to, but it's thankfully a game that has been crafted with a strong awareness of what made each one either revered or reviled. It represents a measured approach to combining the many elements from previous entries that worked into a system that feels like the new standard bearer for action role-playing. Coupled with a new benchmark for storytelling in the franchise and a solid narrative foundation for any potential new adventures, it's easy to see Diablo 4 as something I'll regularly check out for a long time to come.
It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
Last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen, the zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CIRCA for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
Evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods. However, city officials urge people to stay calm, assuring them the situation is totally under control.
So this is usually the bit where I take a bunch of stuff out of the locker and there's like a really cool montage, but I have nothing to take out because we're talking about Game Pass, which is entirely digital. And also, it has been around for 6 years. It is the service that has become synonymous with the phrase, the greatest deal in gaming. And rightfully so, it has had a tremendous impact on the way many of us play games. Me included. No, really, it has changed me. Over the years of being a Game Pass subscriber, my relationship with games, how I buy them, play them, and what console I choose to play them on has been dramatically altered. Honestly, it's kind of debatable whether or not that's a good or a bad thing, because I think it's a little bit of both. In fact, the whole thing has got me asking, is Game Pass changing how I or how we all value games? When I take a step back and reflect on the past 6 years, my thoughts are usually always, it's been great. I've never been this versed in games before. I get to try things I otherwise wouldn't, and yada yada yada. And that is all true. But there's another side to this. And no two games better illustrate my relationship with Game Pass than Ghostwire Tokyo and Hi-Fi Rush. And by the way, both of those games are actually by the exact same developer, Tango Gameworks, which is completely coincidental, really. Let's start with Ghostwire Tokyo. When Ghostwire Tokyo was revealed, it was showcased as a PlayStation exclusive. It had the devs behind The Evil Within, it was a new IP, it was spooky, paranormal, and fantastical. It seemed, by all accounts, like a Kurt game. However, around the same time it was revealed, Microsoft announced its acquisition of Tango's parent company, Bethesda Softworks, which meant its days as a PS5 exclusive were inevitably numbered. It was only a matter of time until it made its way on to Game Pass. So, despite my interest in the game, I held off. I didn't buy it in the hopes that it would eventually come to the subscription service. As a result, a game that I was actually pretty excited for was shoved to the back of my mind until a year later when it did indeed come to Game Pass. And oh yes, that was a pre-install alright. Now, on to Hi-Fi Rush. During an Xbox showcase earlier this year, Tango Gameworks revealed an all-new, hyper-stylized, cartoonishly over-the-top rhythm action game. It looked really cool, and then, out of nowhere, like a Nintendo Direct mic drop,
we're happy to tell you that you can play Hi-Fi Rush tonight.
That made it suddenly even cooler. The results swept through headlines and blew up my Twitter feed, an absolute slam dunk of a surprise. And yeah, I instantly installed it. But here's the thing, if Hi-Fi Rush had just launched as a regular game at a regular price without the support of Game Pass, I know I would have most likely passed on it. Nothing against it, like, at all. I just know that if I had to vote with my dollars, I probably would have put those dollars somewhere else. Maybe even Ghostwire Tokyo. But because it launched on Game Pass, a service that I browse almost every single day, I had nothing to lose but to give it a shot. And you know what? It's pretty good. And you know what I didn't think was very good? Ghostwire Tokyo. Let that sink in for a second. Ooh, and also, another important point that involves both those games is that I haven't finished either one of them. And I likely won't. So, what do I do with this realization? On one hand, there was a game I wanted, waited, installed it, played it for a few hours, and decided it wasn't for me. But on the other hand, was a game I wouldn't have played, but because it was available to me, I did, and ended up enjoying it, but I still did not finish it. When I realized this, it had me starting to look a little closer at my overall habits with the greatest deal in gaming. Some of my favorite games are on Game Pass, new and old ones, some of which are from a pre-Game Pass world. Grim Fandango, Paradise Killer, 999, the Yakuza series, while others I got to play because of Game Pass. Norco, Immortality, Hellblade, Gungrave Gore. But the thing is, I realized while I was scrolling through all the games on Game Pass that there's really only a handful and then some that I've actually seen to the end. Otherwise, there is a graveyard of unfinished games on my hard drive. Proteus, Scorn, Tunic, Signalis, The Pedestrian, Pentiment, and, of course, Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo. Or how about the games I installed and just haven't even touched, like Somerville, Ninja Gaiden, and The Artful Escape? Yeah, I don't really feel great about it. Also, I realized that like half these games that like I have installed or from Game Pass aren't actually even on Game Pass anymore. That's how long it's taking me to get around to some of these games, or just completely abandon them. For, reasons, of course. I'm a strong believer in the mentality that if you don't want to finish a book, then you shouldn't. And similar to books, games require a little more engagement from you compared to something, say, like movies or TV shows. And to me, it becomes more about your time and attention as the measurement of value rather than the actual dollar amount. When I think about my time with Ghostwire Tokyo or even Hi-Fi Rush, would I have spent more time with them, maybe even viewed them differently if I had actually purchased them? I honestly don't know, but it's enough to unravel my entire perception of why I buy and play what I do versus what I don't. Oh, and speaking of when I actually do buy a game, I'm most likely buying it on Xbox because it has become my primary console, and I owe that to Game Pass, which is actually maybe really the point here. If I'm measuring success in my time, then, well, Xbox has won it. Because regardless of whether or not I'm playing a game on Game Pass or not, I'm still turning my Xbox on every day, more than any of the other consoles, which was not the case a few years back. In fact, I made an entire video about that and how my perception of Microsoft has changed. To say the least, I wasn't even an Xbox user until Game Pass came along. That's Game Pass's crowning achievement over the past 6 years, getting people to talk about Xbox and spend time on its consoles. And in the process, it has raised the bar for what will motivate me to actually spend money on a game. It makes me think about the games I haven't played or have not bought in hopes that they will come to a service like Game Pass. Games like the Callisto Protocol. Like Ghostwire Tokyo, there's a lot going for the Callisto Protocol that had me interested. I love survival horror. It was deemed as a Dead Space spiritual successor, despite Dead Space Remake releasing only a month later, and yet I wasn't entirely sold on it. You might assume that it's because of the review scores, but it wasn't. I actually have an entire video about that you should consider watching. It was that it didn't seem interesting or compelling enough. It just had me curious at best, which to me is the quintessential sign of a I'll just wait for Game Pass sort of game. Even just saying that makes it feel like I'm devaluing the games that do launch to Game Pass, which is not the case at all. This is just how my brain works now. So much so that if the Callisto Protocol was on PlayStation's game catalog, Sony's answer to Game Pass, then maybe, just maybe, I'd actually consider subscribing to a whole other service just to play it. And that, in of itself, is a messed up situation for me to unpack. That I wouldn't consider playing a game that I was interested in unless it was a part of a subscription service like Game Pass. I would rather pay $15 extra a month to play a game that on paper ticks all of my boxes rather than just fork up $70 for a game that I may even potentially love. I at least know that I'm not the only one that's shifted in some sort of way because of Game Pass. After all, PlayStation did make the game catalog, the exact same model as Game Pass, and has been using it as a means to showcase some cool games like Humanity or even Stray as day one releases for the service. I still love Game Pass, and I'm still going to use it as a means to dabble and experiment and try things because that is what I'm paying for. One way or another, it demonstrates that we are living in a post-Game Pass world at the moment, and I'm having a hard time imagining a pivot back. You know what? F it. I'm buying the Callisto Protocol.
With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us. see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. It knows my name. What's he saying? It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Can you smell their fear? Look at the bones. Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No, stay down.
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat. Senua.
The oil, then the fire. Get ready. Now's the moment. Get ready. First the oil, then the fire. Yes. Yes. Now! Go! Yes! Varric! Harold!
Bring it to you.
Do it! I'm here! I'm here! Take me! Come on! Now, chase me! Run!
Hello again for the first time.
You see nothing. You saw
didn't
nothing.
see anything.
Okay, it's absolutely fine. You see
We were,
Everything's fine.
We were miming. We were, just seeing if you could read lips.
Yeah, like when a sound got decent. No, I don't know. We were all mute. Xbox. Happy Xbox Day, everyone. Happy Easter, Xbox.
Happy Easter, Xbox.
That's a reference to, if you've never seen the Usher and Dance Central Xbox videos, they are some of the greatest promotional marketing materials I have ever seen, and I will quote them at every opportunity.
One of the best things Xbox has ever done.
He's not only the greatest dancer of all time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he's the greatest spokesperson of all time.
Absolutely.
Happy Valentine's Day, Xbox.
Happy
Christmas, Xbox.
Happy Christmas. Anyways, hi.
We should probably talk about what we are going to be talking about today and seeing today. So obviously, yes, it is the Xbox Summer Showcase, and obviously we also have the Starfield Direct. We're going to get a big look at Bethesda Game Studios' upcoming, what is it, the first new IP in 25 years. Very exciting. I'm Lucy James. I'm joined by Kurt Indovina.
Greetings and salutations. Hello, I'm Kurt.
And Tamar Hussein.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Kurt.
Okay, well, guys, we can't just keep repeating ourselves. We're going to have to come up with some unique intros. But no, it's good to see everyone. I'm very excited about this one. It's going to be an interesting show for Xbox, I feel, because the narrative around, they have had a bit of an up and down, a bit of an up and down year. Folks was very stoked about stuff like Hi-Fi Rush and the reception of that, and then unfortunately Redfall did not land with the good. It didn't land the way people hoped, ourselves included. But now there's good buzz around this showcase.
Yeah.
People are very excited. Briefly, before we get kind of into the nitty-gritty, what are your hopes for today? What do you expect to see?
I think it's an interesting kind of inflection point in Xbox's current kind of roadmap or their progress. They had a real table-setting period where they were, acquiring studios, building up the kind of development and timeline kind of stuff. And the narrative for them has always been, yes, we know we're light right now, but we're basically putting these dominoes down in place to knock them down when the time comes. We finally started approaching that time, and the narrative completely got taken over by the fact that Redfall came out, and it was supposed to be the first big part of this domino kind of effect, and it kind of dropped the ball. And it took over. That is the narrative now. So I think what I'm looking forward to most is hopefully Xbox showing how they're going to bounce back. And they already have a lot of things in place to do that. Some of them have been leaked, like the Persona stuff, which is unfortunate. What? Yeah, but I think like I'm excited to see what first-party stuff they have. Fable has obviously been the worst-kept secret in British game development of all time.
Yeah, we heard about that before we moved.
Yeah, when I joined the games industry 10 years ago, someone told me, they're making a new Fable, and like everyone knows that their Fable was happening. And yeah, so I'm excited to finally see that. It will be a great opportunity to see a kind of a studio kind of branch out as well. But beyond that, Big Phil has said we've got games that people don't know about. So the stuff that I'm excited about is seeing that. Maybe that was Persona. If it was, yike.
No, I think there'll be more, and we'll go through stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, we're just flagging it now ahead of time. Very excitingly, we are going to have Phil Spencer and Matt Booty coming to the Giant Bomb Couch tonight around 8 p.m. PT. We briefly saw them yesterday. They're not backing out. We double checked.
They were very excited.
They were actually very excited.
We cannot wait to be there. So
I watched our post show and they're like, never mind.
No. So if you want to see interview with Phil Spencer and Matt Booty on today of all days, on Xbox Day, make sure to come back. Giant Bomb nights tonight, 8 p.m. We'll be tweeting about it and doing the whole thing. But Kurt, what are your hopes and dreams for today?
Well, first, Tam, you brought up the good table setting. That was a good analogy, because that's been my feeling for so long with Xbox and Microsoft. Like, I've been very, I come from a funky place where I wasn't an Xbox user until the past couple of years.
You made a great video about it.
Thank you very much. I mean, but it's there's been this sort of long game, running a marathon sort of deal that I think Xbox is doing right now, and this is a conversation that's happened over and over again. So but they are rebuilding themselves. They feels like they've been rebuilding themselves for ages, but it's been a slow sort of turning of a massive ship to rebuild your identity, to do things that are prominent and important to gamers, or changing even the perspective of how we interact with games. Game Pass, all that jazz. So Xbox has had a funky year.
But I do think we've had these sort of wonderful moments like Hi-Fi Rush that have unfortunately been shadowed by
some of the
by Redfall and some other things. But I still think there's so many things we haven't seen. There's so many questions unanswered because there are so many developers that they have that I think are so interesting and so fascinating. We haven't seen anything from them in ages, and I don't think that's just gonna I don't think it's like they've gone into the shadows. They're working. No. So I'm always just a little excited and a little positive to see what Xbox is doing. So even for the games that I'm not super intimate or into, I like Fable. I played the first 2 Fables. I wouldn't consider myself a hardcore fan, but the prospect.
Oh, you hate the British, huh?
Oh, so I see.
It's the worst
You don't like it when we
yeah.
walk up to crowds and just fart and everyone laughs?
That's true. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I don't like it when you do that. So.
Well, I'm never going to stop.
Condoms made out of goat intestines.
Yep.
Yeah. It's.
I mean, historically accurate.
Accurate.
Yes, exactly.
Natural.
But now that I work with 2 British people, how could I not be excited for the next Fable? Made by the Forza team, of all things.
Well, not exactly. I don't think the person who designed hubcaps is exactly going to go over.
Well,
but I mean,
I hope it is. Oh my god, yeah.
Well, why does this chicken look like a hubcap?
I love the idea of we're announcing Fable, but all the characters are cars. They're like, we can only do cars. we only know the cars.
Yeah, and then the cars get jealous if you're driving with other cars.
Yeah, little hearts around the cars.
Yeah, and if you drive really badly, then you start to turn red and dark and weird, and smoke coming out of your exhaust.
Why does this car sound like John Cleese?
I think we should coin that here. We've coined a couple game ideas in this time.
Causa.
Yeah.
Fable Causa or something like that.
So wait, what was the other game we did? Finger Guns.
Finger guns. Right. Yeah. But I guess the last thing, which I know I'm not going to see, but I'm going to just keep saying to make sure people are aware that I personally want to see it, Wolfenstein 3. I'm waiting for Wolfenstein 3.
We can look. We can talk about it.
It was
losing my
right.
voice. I'm getting emotional about Wolfenstein. No, it's genuinely because I haven't had any social interaction, and I've had all of my social interaction for the entire year.
In 1 or 2 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
We'll talk about. We know there's stuff that is definitely confirmed. We're gonna get this big look at Starfield. Persona, unfortunately, did leak.
We can just pretend.
We can pretend. I can.
We've not seen any moving footage of it.
Yes, we have.
As in with the high quality stuff. You know
that wasn't an Instagram
that
reel.
wasn't an
Instagram
Instagram compressed video, yeah.
That's fair. But also, let's talk about Wolfenstein. So it is the Xbox Bethesda showcase with the Starfield Direct. I do wonder really how much Bethesda stuff is going to be in there, given I assume all of their eggs are in the Starfield basket for the remainder of the year. But Wolfenstein is a game that keeps coming up because it's...
They said it was a planned trilogy.
They said it was a planned trilogy. They owe us one game.
Yeah, and I know they're doing Indiana Jones now, which is, interesting to me. I don't know if that's going to be... If it's going to be an Indiana Jones where we see Indiana Jones, really killing Nazis the way I want it to be.
I do not think...
he's going to be...
Wolfenstein, what a Nazi killing in there.
Well, I know. That's what, so I'm interested to see how that studio has done such a pulp-style, aggressive... sort of interpretation of Wolfenstein, what they do with Indiana Jones, but of course there's the Disney.
I do wonder how that game is going to be impacted by the latest movie being poop from a butt. And I imagine they went in being oh shit, this is a good time for us to have Harrison's Ford's back. And
Harrison's Ford.
Harrison's getting his Ford out again.
No.
Cars. I do imagine if the momentum behind that is gone. I felt a lot of the momentum for Indiana Jones as a video game property is contingent on the developer making it with Machine Games, and I don't know, I feel like they could do a really good kind of first person style action game and also have make what they do work for Indiana Jones. But do I really want... I'm excited to see it, but I just don't care about Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what, boys, I can't even pretend to care about Indiana Jones. I like the original 3 movies. They were Sunday tea time viewing in the UK. But I feel, Indiana Jones 4 definitely took the wind out of the sails for me.
Once I saw Shia LaBeouf doing monkey shit, I was like, I'm done, man.
And even Fleabag apparently couldn't save this one.
Which is... Well,
devastating.
That is devastating for me. I would rather see Wolfenstein 3. I would rather see Machine Games do Wolfenstein 3.
Did you play the co-op one with the twins?
Youngblood?
Yeah.
I actually like that game.
Yeah.
It made me very motion sick. I'm not sure why, because the other Wolfensteins don't.
No, I actually like I played through the entire game as co-op. Like it's not as great as the other ones, but like
it has
the writing and the aesthetic and like
Yeah,
the quips that they've like been able to infuse into the this new era of Wolfenstein DNA is all there. Like it's still great, and also has like it's still, you can definitely tell like some cutting floor arcane stuff was definitely in that game, and works in my opinion more than another multiplayer arcane game. But yeah.
Shots fired. How have they not done a dog version of the game and called it Wolfenstein?
Oh my
Come
God.
on. Machine, come on.
Coin it right here.
Just to briefly explain the mental gymnastics that I've just done is that reminded me of the time, didn't they do Skyrim stuff with dogs? Like they dressed up dogs and took them around. And so now Bethesda Game Studio, that's really some mental gymnastics. We're going to get a good look at Starfield. How are you guys feeling about that at this point? Because I mean, maybe it's just been in the industry too long, but I feel every time I see a trailer for a game up front and I know that I'm going to be into it, there are certain games I'm just like, you don't need to show me any more of it. And with Starfield, you already had me with Bethesda Game Studio, space. You know?
Yeah.
Tim Curry, space.
Space.
That's all I wanted from it. And so I'm not, with Alan Wake, for example, every new piece of information, like I was already there from the trailer, but I'm like, going through and I'm like, oh my God, what's up with Mr. Scratch? What's up with Jagger and whatever? Anyway, but with Starfield, I'm just like, I think the big question for them today is going to be 30 or 60 frames per second, as much as I hate that, because that should not be the dominating conversation, but it will be, and especially after Redfall. What are you guys excited about, if at all, about seeing with Starfield today?
I think we need a more fleshed out kind of, or extended gameplay demo, which is what we're going to get today, so people understand the loop a bit better. And because obviously our only frame of reference is other Bethesda Game Studio games, which is generally Skyrim or Oblivion or that kind of stuff. And so the only framework we have to stick Starfield into is those. And I don't know if that's doing a disservice to the game because that's not what it is, or if it's accurate because that is pretty much what it is, but they're coming at it from a new angle and have improved it. We just don't know either way. Like, I think that right now what we need is a bit more clarity on what that game is going to be when people sit down and play it, and what the scale of it is from a kind of like broader perspective. And also, like, what kind of story are you telling here? Like, what, because, Elder Scrolls is a game about freedom and exploration and adventure, but also it's got an interesting story. It's got a world. Like, maybe I don't know, and I'm being a weirdo, but I like the story of Skyrim quite a bit.
Me too.
And so one of the things that I'm coming to Starfield with is an interest in narrative and characters. And so far I've seen little to nothing of it, other than space. And that's like, all right, tell me what is going to happen. Am I going to learn, how to shout from a big spaceship and throw dart in space or whatever? Like, what's going on? And I think that's what I want out of it. And also, I think they need to show off an extended look at that game just to be like, hey, we figured out how to stop it from constantly breaking, and like it looks cleaner. I also want that, but I feel like I also, they need to be like, here's a baseline. Like, show us the baseline. Like, the jank comes when people get in there and start doing weird stuff with it, and I love that. But I also feel like they need a kind of like, hey, we got one of these games, And the problem with the jank is it becomes the narrative for a really long time, where it's like, these games are busted yet again. What's going on? How is this train just a man wearing a hat? What's going on?
But there's also tiers to jank, all right? Like what I'm saying is like,
No.
Like,
I mean, tiers to jank is like Skyrim running on Xbox and PC versus Skyrim running on PS3.
Yeah, but like you also have Cyberpunk jank versus launch Cyberpunk jank versus like Skyrim jank, which in one way or another like becomes like an additional color that's added to that game in a way.
That happens after the fact, though.
Yeah. When you see dragons like.
Yeah, but like once people have gone through the entire experience and like the game has been like. Kind of absorbed by the wider gaming culture, that's when the jank goes from being how can you put this out to this is fun and dumb. So like they need to get the first phase of it like sorted and show that it's not going to be a moment where like all of it falls over and it's like the PS3 versions of Fallout or Skyrim or whatever.
Yeah, I guess like my quick thing on Starfield is like I'm of the same place you are, where it's just like I know I'm going to play it. Like I just give it to me. I just want to see it. To your point, scope is one of those things where it's like I forgot how many planets. They were like, you can go to like 600 billion planets, and I'm just like, okay, but like, what does
that sounds exhausting.
That look like? What does that mean?
Yeah.
And that's like the really only thing that I really want explained. But I think Starfield's in an interesting spot as a Bethesda fan, as a Skyrim Fallout fan, because we had Skyrim. Skyrim has still existed, is still existing in many ways a decade later. Fallout 4 has had several criticisms over its narrative and story, so now we have like, and then of course Fallout 76 happened in between that, but Skyrim, Fallout 4, and now Starfield, it feels like this sort of, I'm interested to see this arc of where like what Starfield took and learned from maybe criticism of the narrative in Fallout 4 and the things that we obviously like the DNA and foundation they laid out that they like kind of pinpointed with Skyrim at that point. So I just give it to me, man. I don't know.
Little GameSpot exclusive. We saw Todd yesterday. We
wearing the jacket.
Walked past him. He's wearing the jacket.
He's wearing
guys.
the jacket.
He's wearing that jacket.
He looks good.
Are we sure he's like that's just not his like skin?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Very well tailored jacket. Other games. We already talked a little bit about Fable. Worst kept secret. Everyone is big expectations to see Fable today. But also got some of the stuff in there we could talk about. So things like Avowed, Outer Worlds 2, games that have been announced that have kind of gone dark for a little bit. Speaking of, Perfect Dark. I mean, one for me that I'm very intrigued by, they announced, we saw a little bit of, but nothing else since, Everwild from Rare, the team who are currently obviously behind games like Sea of Thieves, which has been their main focus for the past few years. But I mean, there's a lot we could talk about. You know, Silksong.
Yeah, Silksong, it could be a really interesting one. I feel like they're smart enough to know that's a thing that a lot of people want, and if they can secure it and be like, this is the place where we'll tell you the release date definitively. I feel like,
and not just coming in 12 months.
Because they were the last time to say like it will be here in 12 months, and then it was not there in 12 months. So I feel like they have to a degree, like I'm not upset about this, but like, I'm not angry about something, but I feel like internally I would be like, we have a responsibility to go back to this and correct the record and give people a concrete date that they can kind of mark on their calendars. So I would love to see them that. I'm also kind of interested to see if we'll get anything from Tango, because Hi-Fi Rush was a game that they said was kind of made on the side, right, of Skunkworks. And even like Phil was like, oh, we put out Hi-Fi Rush, and when we was talking to Kind of Funny and Snowback Mike and Paris and Gary, he was talking about, oh yeah, people expected the Evil Within 3, but we gave them Hi-Fi Rush. So my mind is like, is there an Evil Within 3? It could be good time to do it. The genre is still very healthy, especially now that Resident Evil's come back and done some amazing stuff with it, and Alan Wake is popping off like pretty big. They could come out with an Evil Within 3 and it'd be good timing. But at the same time, if their Tango is doing something else entirely and we get to see that will be exciting as well.
I think so. I think Tango, like between the Evil Within 1 and 2 and now Hi-Fi Rush, like I think they've all of a sudden skyrocketed to like, and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah.
Like they've really they've created like a wide range of like interesting, unique titles at this point, and like they've kind of become like a studio that I'm really paying attention to. Even if I don't like love all their games, I think like every single time they show up with something, it's like there's a distinct thing that they're trying to accomplish with it. So it'd be cool. I'm personally not banking on seeing anything from Tango just because we had Hi-Fi Rush earlier this year, but
I feel like in terms of their bigger projects, it's going to be a couple years out. Just, but it'd be intriguing. I agree. They're a fun, interesting studio, and I'm very interested to see what they've got coming up. In terms of other Xbox big hitters, not anticipating seeing anything from Halo. Unfortunately, 343 was
I don't know. I feel like...
I don't know. 343 was sort of gutted by...
Yeah, I know, but like, I guess the question is like, is Microsoft invested in trying to present Halo as an ongoing kind of marquee franchise? Because the end of, or where we're at with Infinite doesn't leave that franchise in a good spot. Do they see a future in making Mr. Chef still one of the icons, Halo icons? And if they see a future in it, they really need to say something that indicates that they're still trying, even if it's repeated, even if they're failing constantly with it, or like having successes to some degree and like dropping the ball in other places. They've got so much invested in Halo as an IP and 343 as a studio, like one of their major studios, that they need to do something to say, hey, these folks are still working on something, or we're trying to figure out how to make Halo good, and or like improve the performance of it, or like restore it to some sort of kind of prestige. If they don't do that in this show, I am genuinely thinking like, is this the end for Halo? Like, are we? And honestly, I'm at the stage where I'm like, I would be okay with that. Like, I've had some amazing times with Halo, but like, there's something going on there where it's like, the magic is gone, like, and it's been gone for a long time, and the attempts to bring it back have been stumbles in a way that I think Gears is in a better position than Halo is right now. Like, the Coalition, as a team that picked up a major Xbox IP after its known developers passed it on, has performed way better with Gears than 343 has done with Halo. And maybe it's a case of like them going, let's let Halo go. We'll double down on Gears. I would be very surprised if they did that. Like, Master Chief is still a big deal. Halo is still a major property. I feel like they need to say something about that property. And if
Season
they
2
don't,
coming to Paramount.
Yeah. If they don't, I'd be sad and a little worried.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Gears, I would love to see something from Gears 6 at this point. I really enjoyed Gears 5, and obviously it kind of ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. So I'm intrigued to see what if they come out with anything. But I think for me as well, we got games like Perfect Dark, which we mentioned earlier, which kind of was sort of, was that 2020 they showed that off for the first time? And it was just, very brief trailer.
Quadruple A
studio, whatever the hell that means. But I would love to see something from Perfect Dark. I would love to see Hellblade 2. Just, these big franchises, these big games that we know, that Xbox has cooking, but also that we know, people have a lot of interest in and are just kind of champing at the bit to see.
A new Hexic,
Peggle 3. I mean, that's...
Microsoft Solitaire.
Come on.
I like... There's even other studios too. Like, I know this game wasn't a huge hit, but I really enjoyed, or at least like I like it in concept, is We Happy Few. Like, that's a studio,
they just come into VR, right?
Yeah, and like
Hello Neighbor
I think that's a game.
Was that the same studio?
No.
Similar vibe.
Similar vibe, yeah. But
it's maybe clunky face aesthetic.
Yeah.
But like We Happy Few, I know is a game that was like really not in good shape when it came out. But having played it in the past couple of years, like it is an interesting immersive sim. Like, I really do think that game has a lot going on, and I think that studio is like still very young. I think they only have like 2 games out, and like there's studios like that Microsoft own that like this seems like an interesting card that they have in their pocket. And like those are the we already know about Hellblade 2, we already know Perfect Dark's been announced. Those are the big games. Quadruple A, again, whatever the hell that means.
Regardless of what we see, I think the most important thing that needs to happen, and when we come out of this, the theme needs to be, they gave us release dates. They gave us a lot of release dates, and they were like reasonably close together. The goal was 1 major release per quarter for Phil, and I think they need to show that they put in the time and they're going to execute on that.
We've got 3 minutes until the showcase, 2 minutes now until the showcase. We will be back, obviously, afterwards. We're going to be doing the Giant Bomb Talkover too, but we'll be back afterwards to dissect all of the big announcements. So, boys, I got to ask you.
2.5 hours of it.
2.5 hours of stuff. What's your wild card? What's your madcap prediction?
The Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver remake.
By Double Fine.
By anyone. I don't think it's
by anyone
except Double Fine.
It's never gonna happen. But you said wild card, and I'm just trying to. I've been on Twitter long enough, and I've seen manifesting has got a 50-50 hit rate sometimes. So, I'm out. No, manifesting very rarely works. But I'm gonna try. That's where I'm at right now. I'm like, I'll manifest.
Law of attraction.
Yeah, law of attraction, exactly. I am attracted to Raziel, so that's where I can go.
How about you, Kurt?
I'm so lame.
Just say Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver for me, please.
Manifest.
By Double Fine.
No, whatever.
This is so boring, and I said this already, but like I really, really love Wolfenstein. I want Wolfenstein 3 so bad. But that's otherwise I can't, because I have to say this, but it's been a couple of years since Psychonauts 2 came out. What's Double Fine up to? What do they do?
Been really well. I mean,
Make it
yeah.
a 30-part documentary.
Yeah, they released the documentary, and all this stuff has recently just gone onto Game Pass,
Yeah.
and like stacking and everything. So
I'm not saying-
but I'm saying like there is a nice momentum behind.
Yeah, it would be good.
Double Fine right now.
Or at least, I mean, but it's, they're still a small team, or at least,
Double Fine presents 1 versus 100.
Oh, don't even joke about that, man.
There
I
we
would
go.
love 1 versus 100 done by Double Fine.
That would be wild.
And then, just kidding, it's the Legacy of Kain. It would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Yeah, that would be so good. But it's never happening.
So yeah, Wolfenstein 3, you.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Now we gotta wrap it up.
Dishonored 3. I mean,
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be so good if Arcane were like, listen,
we messed up.
It'll be alright.
It'll all be
It'll be
good.
all
It'll
right,
all
yeah.
be fine. No, I mean, I think just in terms of, the stuff like State of Decay, which I'm kind of interested in a little bit. But
Okay.
we gotta wrap. We gotta go. We'll be back afterwards. Enjoy the Xbox showcase.
Bye.
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it. What do I think about heroes? Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around mythical creatures. And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah.
Oh.
World premiere.
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy this land. He'll come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. Just don't have no mercy in this land.
Shaking bones. Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful. Sneaky.
World premiere.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Wow. Fable, South of Midnight, Star Wars Outlaws. Welcome to our first ever double feature, the Xbox Game Showcase, followed by a deep dive into one of the most important RPGs ever made, Starfield. Gaming is the most powerful of all entertainment. It transports, it challenges, it connects us, and it's just incredibly and awesomely fun. That is why Team Xbox is committed to building the greatest place to play, by partnering with the most ambitious of game creators, and by unleashing the power of the gaming community, enabling all of us to play the games we want with our friends anywhere, from mobile devices to PCs to consoles. The lineup we have for you today is just incredible. These are the works of the very greatest creative teams from around the world. We made this show for you, the largest, most engaged, and globally diverse fan base in Xbox history. You are the heart and soul of Xbox. Your passion drives us, and you are the inspiration for the visionaries whose games we showcase today. From me and all of the team at Xbox, thank you. This next game is from Thunder Lotus, the award-winning studio behind Spiritfarer, who've gone back to their combat roots with an amazing co-op raid-focused action game that is uniquely theirs. All right, everybody, it's time.
World premiere.
Guys, it's a simple job. Just in and out. Nothing to it. Everybody hit the floor!
trying, not strong enough, but I kept going. But through the hardship away, knowing that if I don't fight, I'll forever be mourning with pain. If I give up, that's an automatic loss for me and a win for my enemies. Can't let it be. Took a few knockouts to understand the game. Now I'm ready for the ring. Your time for the king. Wearing the armbands and seas. Being a state of no fear, fixed like a spree team. As we proceed, no guarantees. As we take these steps to our destiny. Who knows what happens? So we believe in a win, no space. Doubt, we believe in a team. Unwelcome guest, disregarding the question. Putting these enemies in forever rest.
People don't like you very much, do they? Sent here to the living lands by an emperor who couldn't bother to come himself. To investigate some plague that seems to be corrupting our very souls. You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us. So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Welcome to the Scum Bar, the most notorious tavern on Melee Island. Wall-to-wall rogues and scoundrels.
So tell me, which ship is right for you? A big ship? A luxury ship? A ship with just a splash of je ne sais quoi?
The legend of Monkey Island? You mean Governor Guybrush. But Threepwood's not set foot out of that mansion for almost a year.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? I told you no autographs. Though I see you have a meet and greet ticket. And I guess it's not every day that you get to meet the mighty pirate Guybrush Threepwood, the legend of Monkey Island.
The Chuck has turned the memories of this island into a prison for Guybrush.
Well, well, what do we have here?
You need these.
Things may be very different from the sea of thieves you know.
Hold on!
Hi, Melina here, speaking to you from our performance capture stage at Ninja Theory, where we have just wrapped our shoots for Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. When we first showed gameplay for Hellblade 2, it was a look at some of the game's cinematic and immersive action, where Senua faced off against a gigantic troll on the Icelandic coastline. Today, we're taking you deeper into Senua, her unique perspective on the world, and the intimate journey that awaits you in Senua's Saga. What you'll see today is all captured by the team on Xbox Series X.
She can feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind. She's here to find them, the ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise, a question. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. And there's always a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens. And a part of you that dies. Over there, that pool. I can feel them. Feel them everywhere. The lost ones. They are watching us. You should never have come here. They can see us. What is going to happen? It's time to find out. How can we make it happen? It's time to find out. Why are they watching? It's time to find out. What are they waiting for? Senua, what are you waiting for?
I'm here.
Watching more than one. Where are they?
Where are you?
What do they want? I don't like it. I'm scared. This is too much. Their eyes everywhere can feel them boring into her. Witch. What is she supposed to do? Do something. Ask them.
What do you want me to do?
Our soul fought through hell to find us.
You were lost. Not anymore.
Are you ready for what you will find here?
What we will find. What if it's all for nothing? What is that? There, they are waiting. There. It's them. It's you. What will they do to her? What will we do to us? Touch it. Your mind. Your voices. All the parts of you that are broken. You can be whole. All the grief. All the rage. All the fear.
Everything I've seen, everything I've done, has led me to this place.
We've come so far. Not far enough. Say it. You are ready. Tell them.
I am here. Now.
What if we get lost forever? What will happen to them? What will happen to you?
I will not let them down.
She is ready. They know. Go.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death? どこだここ。どうしたんだ？
Oh my god! A stranger!
なんだよ。どうかしたか？
Oh, surf's up, dude. Yeah, dude. Hang loose, bro.
俺がどうかしたのか？は？は？どうなってんだこりゃ！
What a sight! A verdant wonderland of promise plucked from post-atomic blight. The fruit of years of prudent progress and determined reclamation, and 15 million dwellers worth of keen imagination. From the heart of West Virginia to the depths of the pit.
Well, we owe it all to Vault 76.
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends, you'll find a home in Appalachia where the good times never end. There are relics to uncover from a time before the war, along with loads of friendly folks to meet and enemies galore. Our world is always changing. Greater foes are overthrown as we embark on expeditions into thrilling new unknowns. Yes, from Appalachian settlements to Nuka World on tour. You're never short on things to do or places to explore. Think you've seen it all, eh? Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss. Put your rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty, because we're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City. So there you have it. Now you know. There's a million ways to make the wasteland your waste home. And when you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for some kicks, answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Play it now with Xbox Game Pass.
World premiere.
General Motors' historic commitment to performance is embodied in two of its iconic brands, Chevrolet and Cadillac. The V-Series.R elevates Cadillac's competitive spirit to a whole new level with its thunderous V8 and hybrid power. The legendary Corvette has been a celebrated champion for decades. The all-new Chevrolet Corvette E-Ray continues that tradition. General Motors is proud to usher in a new era of competition with the innovators behind the new Forza Motorsport.
Forza Motorsport and General Motors are pairing their strengths in technical excellence and sophisticated modern design to take bold steps into the future and bring that experience to gamers. I'm thrilled to welcome the Cadillac V-Series.R and the Corvette E-Ray to the home of competition.
I know you're ready. You've got this. Let's tweak the car's performance for the next one. Was your best lap yet.
This is my timeline.
I have seen all that ever was, and all that ever will be. I have seen betrayal, endurance, ambition, and courage. I am the one who knows. Perhaps the first time in my unending existence, I feel disconnected from fate's flow. Unseen forces move against me, hungry for forbidden knowledge. A mystery long kept hidden, a secret that threatens to unravel reality itself. Save Tamriel.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack. By Null Sector.
There's something different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up Omnics.
They need our help.
People are answering Winston's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
If we can stop Null Sector, maybe we can save the city.
Coming through!
Been a while, Vivian.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and punch another business.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Engage. Target marked.
Time to create peace with bullets. Greetings.
Oh, yeah! Boom!
The world is counting on us.
Let's go.
Shall we do this together?
Fight with me!
Engaging.
Watch this! I saw that. Not bad.
World premiere.
What is this place? It looks like we're in a palace.
What the hell is going on? Who are these people?
No idea. But if they're attacking us, our only choice is fighting back. Hey, look over there! Can you get us out of here?
So you're telling me you're thieves who steal hearts, and you just happened to stumble into this world? The Rebel Corps will always help the Phantom Thieves, just as the Phantom Thieves have helped the Rebel Corps. Never forget that we're a united force who can rely on each other.
You should be grateful to have been made my subjects. But you're just mannerless little brats.
Unfortunately, returning will be no easy feat.
Somewhere deep inside, I know you realize things can't go on like this. So, will you take a stand beside us?
Yeah, let's show them what we got.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
Hi. I'm very excited to be returning as Johnny Silverhand in the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. This new adventure reunites Johnny and V on a dangerous spy mission and introduces Idris Elba as Secret Agent Solomon Reed. It's really amazing to share the screen with you, Idris. It's cool to be a part of this game with you, man. As a player, you'll get to visit Dogtown, an unexplored part of Night City, and rescue the President of the new United States of America. Expect a massive expansion, twists, secrets, and plenty of stuff to do. I know the team at CD Projekt Red just keeps raising the bar when it comes to telling cinematic stories in video games. And I really can't wait for you to play it on Xbox Series X and S. But enough talking. I'm guessing you want to see for yourself, and so it is my honor and pleasure to give you and introduce the official trailer for Phantom Liberty. Check it out.
There's gotta be a way out of this.
Johnny, I'm dying. There's nothing can stop that.
V. My name is Songbird. I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. I know about the bomb ticket in your head. And I can save your life.
What's the catch? I need you to get to Dogtown.
Attention all Dogtown residents. The President managed to crash her Space Force One into our humble district.
Man's got 1,001 reasons to want Myers as a hostage. Sleeper agents. Time to wake them up.
So NUSA's tossing us back into the fray, huh?
Stay sharp. We're in the wolf's den now.
Get Myers out of there.
Time to evac.
Her safety is the top priority.
Shit! They catch us out here, we're dead.
Wait, hear that?
God almighty! It's moving! Run! This way! Quick!
Someone ratted us out.
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white.
It's a charade, V.
Wherever she goes, people get hurt. Bodies drop.
Just want what Songbird promised me. The cure.
Situation's changed. Need to know if you're with me.
Illusion of freedom draws in the desperate. Pick your truth, V.
Come on. Got iron in your hand. Gotta put it to someone's head. Pull the trigger.
If I don't do anything, and do it soon, I'll die.
World premiere.
"国民の信託を最も集めし者が次なる王となる資格を得るものとする。
陛下のお命が奪われるなど。
汝定めを課せられし子よ、憂いを抱える旅人よ。
こいつが俺の凱旋者だ。
果たして誰が次の王か。
己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと。
真の王を志すならば打ち勝ってみせよ。
僕のいる世界の出来事は君にとっては絵空事。
まさか人間？
この国は今有史以来の危機にさらされている。どうやら面白い力を手にしたようだ。
主君に捧げると決めた覚悟そのものだ。
これこそ人間の真実だ。
道は二つに一つ。
またあったね。やはり君は興味深い。
今こそあんた自身がそうなる番よ。
正義かどうかじゃない。誰もが恐れと不安に負けそうで。
理想を貫け。
何が正しいのかわからない。
全ての始まりはあなたの持つ小説。
幻想はただの絵空事なんかじゃない。
World premiere.
Humanity's cities have fallen. Our people's only means of survival is to seek sanctuary here, in the Belfry. You must explore this world to find the origins of this evil. And bring hope back to our people. Together, you can save humanity.
World premiere.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built,
There is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
Thank you all for joining us. Today is a special day for me and the team. I'm excited to see 11 games showcased from our first-party studios. We opened with Fable from Playground Games, which will bring the franchise into the modern era while staying true to its British style and humor. Compulsion and In Exile shared their first original experiences since joining Xbox with South of Midnight and Clockwork Revolution. And we are thrilled at how Avowed is shaping up for release next year from the RPG masters at Obsidian. In addition to Avowed, our studios will deliver Hellblade 2, an all-new Microsoft Flight Simulator, Towerborn, and more in 2024. Later this month, players can look forward to Elder Scrolls Online Necrom and Sea of Thieves Monkey Island. As we look to holiday, we will launch Starfield and Forza Motorsport, both built for Xbox Series X, S, and PC. We are also honored to share 14 games today from our creative partners, like Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus, Kunitsu Gami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, and more Persona games coming to Game Pass thanks to our continued partnership with Sega Atlas. I'd also like to congratulate the Studio Zero team on Metaphor Refantazio. It's great to be able to premiere what is next from the creators of Persona here in our showcase. We are focused on putting our players and game creators first in everything we do. No matter if you choose to play on Xbox, PC, or over the cloud, all gamers are welcome here at Xbox. When it comes to our consoles, we have heard your feedback on two fronts. First, we have significantly increased our supply of Xbox Series X, making it easier for fans to find globally. Second, we know you've wanted more storage with Xbox Series S, and I'm excited to share we have some news there as well. And now for the one more thing you've all been waiting for. Prepare for the most comprehensive deep dive we've ever done for the biggest game we've ever built. So sit tight and enjoy Starfield Direct.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios. You know, we've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here. And that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. We love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield. Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the studio. We've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's jump in and take a look. Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next-generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere. We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected. We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons, to spacesuits, to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch, a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
Alrighty. What's the plan, Captain?
This is your star map. It starts with the planet you're currently on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a Colony War memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it. Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god. Look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The Settled Systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people, and adventures for you to uncover.
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity. They consider themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, even get your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Cydonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the United Colonies' reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective Space. The capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the settled systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow.
Everyone has been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
The great serpent hungers. All heathens shall be made dust in time.
A new face. This is the face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile.
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience. But the most important story is the one that you tell. I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through our character generation system.
We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching out that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game, so any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Snap out of it!
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets, and that'll be your starting point. Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
It's also the simplest character generation system we've ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings, it's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Character creation is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where backgrounds come in. Backgrounds give you a bit of backstory and start you out with 3 basic skills.
From chef to dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
What's great about backgrounds is you never know when yours is going to come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! Is it really, really you?
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my god!
I came across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
There's another great one that gives you a damage buff when your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's a feast for the eyes. Off we go to another adventure.
We'll let you discover that on your own.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system. Each time you level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill. Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the Xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat. That one's a lot of fun.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player. I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them. I like blowing stuff up.
Exploration is a key aspect of all our games. In Starfield, there are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures. Our team worked hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space, and exploring derelict ships. It's all out there. Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship.
Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running. And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have two ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship. From living quarters to cargo holds, mess halls, and control rooms. Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it, where it had a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders, we've done mechs. So it's really whatever your imagination is.
And while you can build your home among the stars the way you want to, you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
Some of the members of Constellation can join you on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship? I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run. And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams. And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do
pretty much anything. And that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous, and you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the grav drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there. Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target. After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship. Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours. Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance. Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all these sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder, and sometimes a little fear. We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
Hey everybody, we've shown you so much stuff, but we thought we'd just take a little break and show you something a little bit different. You know, we put so much detail into our game worlds, and we love the opportunity to bring that into the real world with our collector's editions. And for this game, we've done a watch. It is the Constellation Explorer's Watch. This is the watch that you actually get in the game that acts as part of your HUD, where it's the compass and then environmental information. It connects to your phone to give you notifications and other information. And we've also designed this really cool case that it comes with, Istvan.
Yeah, we really took as much care in designing this case as we did the watch. Our attention to detail in the game totally translates to this. Inspired by the cases that the astronauts used during the Apollo era to bring back samples from the moon. It's got an intricate locking mechanism, authentic, heavy, comes with a Constellation patch, NATO strap, and the overall functionality and believability of this as something that would exist in the world, in the Starfield universe.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there, and it even tells the time.
We actually have something else. Now that we're part of Xbox, we get to work with the amazing people on the Xbox hardware team, and together we have created this custom limited edition Starfield controller. It's awesome. It is now, you know, our favorite controller.
We love this because it's inspired by the actual controls of your spaceship. And not only that, we've created the first ever custom headset with Xbox. And this is a perfect pairing with that controller.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. Ready to start on your signal. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. Getting auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Prepare for departure. Ground jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In every one of our games, we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world, it's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore. Our system builds the planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
It's completely up to you how you want to interact with each planet, whether you want to explore and see what you can find, harvest resources and be on your way, or simply take in the views. With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters, we wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them. Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves. So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
Add crafting and research stations in your outpost to utilize any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying. Zero-gravity environments pose a different challenge. Firing a ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards. Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic arrays. Each barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage. Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, Or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns. Or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can bring. When I think about what makes it special, it really is the people here. This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it. All of them putting something special of themselves into it. So let's hear some of their favorite moments.
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
I love the creatures, the exploration, every biome is different. The word that comes to mind is vast.
I like to use our photo mode to take rock star photos.
I just love that constant feel of discovery and, wow, I can't believe that there's more here.
I'm most excited about our outpost building systems.
My favorite part is every time you step out on a planet, it's a unique experience.
You spend all this time building your ship, and you see it on the landing pad. These things are gigantic. It's the kind of thing that you just can't get anywhere else.
There's something about seeing a tower over in the distance and going, I know the gravity's low here. I think I can make that jump.
My favorite part is biomes, spaceships,
audio design,
planets, the day-night cycle. Those details matter to me. Diplomacy, exploration, freedom, the ending.
Vasco, obviously.
I love the robot so much.
The incredible amount of worlds we created.
Sniper rifles, come on.
Lever action, rocket launcher.
Brain sprout. I love, but some people might find creepy. I don't know. I know it's right, Ben.
The thing that I enjoy most about the game is the freedom to be who you want to be, do what you want to do. It's what you've come to expect from a Bethesda title, but on a much bigger scale.
On behalf of all of us, we can't wait for you to play Starfield and make your own special moments.
Main engines go. Good luck, Constellation. You are go for me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest / Xbox Day. We've just been watching the Xbox and Starfield showcase. There was a lot to take in. A lot to take in.
I mean, there was one particular game that had quite a bit to absorb.
And it was Fable. So we're going to chat about what we've seen, and obviously there is a bunch of exciting stuff, so let's get cracking. I'm Lucy, joined again by Kurt Indovina.
Hi.
And Tim Hussein.
Big freak.
Yeah, the one real narrative from this is there were a lot of big boys and little freaks.
Yeah, in the second trailer, there's a big flamboyant boy.
In the first trailer, there's a big boy.
There's a big boy.
There's a big boy and a little freak in one Fable trailer.
Back to back, looking up.
So we got to look at the new Fable with
Richard Ayoade.
Yeah, which was surprising. I mean, I don't know. Like, it feels like, you know, like thinking back to when Fable first came out, yeah, you would, if you're having British people, you would have a John Cleese, you'd have your Stephen Fry. But Richard Ayoade, that's pretty.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, yeah. In a world where you need a John Cleese kind of character.
I was hoping they just fill out the entire cast with as many British actors as possible.
Just turn it. Philomena Kunk.
No.
Matt Berry.
Fielding.
Philomena Kunk.
Philomena Kunk. All of them. I want Philomena Kunk. I want an entire side quest of Philomena taking me on the history of Fable across the land.
Yeah.
But what do you think of it?
Oh, dude, honestly, I was like shaking at one point, and like it's not even like there was like any specific game that it was announced that I was like specifically excited for, but like I was like just jazzed to see a series of like really cool, really polished looking ideas. The biggest concern, of course, is like all of them are 2024. There's no specific release dates for any of it. But even right before we started this in the pre-show, I was like, there's certain studios we haven't seen anything from, like Compulsion Games, who did We Have a Few. And that was like the second game that they showed. And so it's just like, it was like validating to see like some of the things that have been in the shadows, like Compulsion. We finally see Fables, which has like a way different art style than the original games in the sense that it's like more grounded. I thought it was awesome. Like I like genuinely had a great time.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the show overall. I think what Kurt said still kind of stands, and it was something that we were concerned about going in, and it holds true now. Is like a lot of the stuff that we saw was no release date next year, that kind of stuff. But having said that, you look at the wrap up at the end by Phil was clearly the brief was just remind people what we have coming this year, and it's Starfield. Yeah, and like that alone is enough to kind of create and carry some momentum forward, which makes a lot of sense. But they also have Forza, they also have a few other small things, and new Xboxes coming out. So it feels like I don't think that the kind of the expectation in what we wanted to see, how we wanted them to lay out their roadmap and their vision was met, because it's a lot of games that we know exist but don't have accurate release dates. But they also create a much better, more encouraging kind of prospect for the immediate future of Xbox, which I think is like, it's not one of those things where people will look back at it and be like universally like they nailed it. But I think it's one that people look back and go, they did what they need to do, and I think it's a much better kind of clearing of the table than I expected it to be.
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, I liked it overall. I think there was some really, like, just a lot of interesting stuff in there.
The one most excited for it?
In terms of what, Fable or the whole showcase?
The whole show.
Oh, it's the whole show.
Oh yeah, I'm excited about it. I thought it was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about there's just like a lot of new stuff in there that I was interested in. We'll talk about, but like 33 Immortals, there was a game from Don't Nod with the climbing, that Capcom one that kind of came out of nowhere. But I feel there wasn't a single game in this showcase where I felt my energy or excitement dip. It was genuinely like, I feel that they curated a very good list of stuff, and again, like the stuff that people are looking forward to, the things that they know about, and then wasn't expecting to see Outlaws, the Star Wars game.
I mean, and I was happy to like. At first, I was sort of like, it's a cinematic trailer. Like, we know this. I mean, it's the Ubisoft's first. But it was kind of cool to see that like we are showing gameplay at the Ubisoft Forward tomorrow. So that was like at least assuring, and seeing like. Cinematic trailers are fine. Like even with Fable, it's like it's a cinematic trailer. I'm just glad to see it exists. But it's good to know that we're at least like going to see it tomorrow. Or it's on the horizon.
So we saw Fable obviously at the very beginning, and then we saw a brand new one from Compulsion Games, which is South of Midnight. Very cool looking art style.
In engine.
All in engine.
Another big lad and small character.
And with a possum.
Yeah.
On his shoulder screen.
I mean, like we know next to nothing about what that game is. Like what it means, but like it's a very striking art style and tone piece, which is a good start for Compulsion, and it plays to their strengths. They did the same with their previous game. It was like striking in ambience and visual imagery and iconography and that kind of stuff. So they clearly are good at that. They just need the gameplay to hold up its side of the bargain, which was something that, you know, we Happy Few was a little tricky with. So the hope is there that element of their team and design has grown, while the other, you know, visual stuff remains as cool as it looks in that game.
Yeah. But speaking of gameplay, and not to jump a little bit.
No, please do. I was going to say I'll probably not talk too much about Star Wars because we'll see it tomorrow.
Avowed.
Yeah, Avowed. I feel like I was warmer on Avowed than everyone else because, like, for me, it's, you know, it plays into the fantasy shit that I love, and so I was.
Like Obsidian, you know, with Outer Worlds. It's like it's cool to see Obsidian like on their own trajectory, being able to do like more heady, like big RPG, like first-person RPGs, I mean, of course, we didn't get like Fallout New Vegas or any of that jazz, but it's cool to see like their take on high fantasy, and I could only like assume it's going to have that Obsidian like flavor of writing and like, which makes me excited for it. And it's interesting because like I'm more of a grounded fantasy dude. That's
you like grounded? That's a good game, yeah.
I'm more of a I can't come up with another word. I like Skyrim, which is a more
like I get what you mean.
High fantasy.
High fantasy.
But it was cool to see. I thought Outer Worlds was so cool, and like I'm interested to see if there's like that sort of carryover of like.
So the thing that I'm interested in Avowed, a lot of my interest or excitement comes from the pedigree of the studio it's coming from. I didn't see anything there that kind of really distinguished it from other similar types of experiences or anything that made me think, oh, this is why they're making this game. With Outer Worlds, it was like, okay, it's that kind of RPG, but it's got a humor to it, and it's got a kind of a writing style that's very immediately obvious that what they're doing with it. Whereas this kind of like being as reductive and as harsh as if I had to, like it felt generic, it felt like generic fantasy game, which is I almost certainly think that it's not that, but I don't think I walked away knowing why I would want to play that game. You know, there was no distinct. I can't sum that up in a way, in one sentence, in a way that makes it exciting and different from a Skyrim or
you see, my answer to that would be spells and shit. You know, so
but like
that's what I like.
How many games have spells and shit?
I think it's like for me, it comes from the perspective where that I'm looking at the team, like. The jockey, and so I'm not betting on the jockey. I'm betting, you know, or I'm not betting on the horse. I'm betting on the jockey, sort of deal. So I feel I see that's where like the excitement for something like that comes, where it's like, sure, on paper, I agree with you. That's just like if it was probably by any other studio, I'd be like, that is a fantasy game. But I know at least like, you know, the track record of the company or the studio who's making it are filled with interesting.
It's the pedigree of the studio, which is what I said. Like that's why I will pay attention to it as opposed to write it off completely if it was some random other studio.
Right.
But it's just I think that trailer could have been
a little more exciting.
Yeah, sharper and shorter and more to the point. And like tell people why they should care. There was nothing to tell me like why I should care. I'll still play it, and I'm still excited for it.
33 Immortals, the brand new game from the Thunderlords team, previously on Spiritfarer. Top-down action, co-op for 33 players. It looks cool. Obviously, you know, the Hades inspiration, or at least, you know, it's kind of, you know, what a lot of people were saying sort of in chat and online, but like I'm intrigued by it. I don't know if it'll hit the same emotional notes as Spiritfarer did, which I really enjoyed. But it looks interesting.
I mean, I guess this might, you know, this is me just, this is assumption, assuming, you know, like so much of what a lot of these studios, or I feel like specific to Xbox and Game Pass, is like filling out that catalog in an interesting way. And, you know, like that, I agree. It's just like, oh, this looks like Hades with the art style and like aesthetic of Spiritfarer. Maybe it won't have, who knows, we might be crying our eyes out with 32 other people while we're.
Three of my friends are dead.
Yeah. But it was one of those things where it's like, again, it was like Spiritfarer was like a surprise hit for me. Like I did not think I would care about that game as like a sim game. I was like, I'll try it. The art style is cool, and it's that like, well, the studios took me off guard before, so I'm like willing to see what their take of this is. But on paper, it's like, again, I probably wouldn't go out of my way for 3 Immortals.
Game Pass.
But it fills out the Game Pass catalog. You can load it up, try it,
give it a go. We talked a little bit about Persona 3 Reload. We'll come back to Persona when we talk about the other game from Alice. But Sea of Thieves. So when we were doing the giant bomb, the Rare logo came up and we all went,
Everwild.
Yes.
Everwild. Then the Lucasfilm games came up and we all just went,
oh, Star Wars.
And then Monkey Island came up.
There was the same roller coaster where I was like typing the notes and be like, all right, okay, Rare, like, oh god, they're adding like shit, like it's like pirate,
X-wing ship,
like X-wing and like Sea of Thieves, and then I saw, and then I was like, wow.
You became Crash Bandicoot. Wow.
Yeah. Whoa. But I guess my quick thing on that is I think it's really cool to see Sea of Thieves do like a massive partnership with IP like Pirates of the Caribbean only like a year or two ago or whatever. And I think it's like really cool that they just, instead of like just going for the next big IP like Star Wars, they went for a rather.
I think they've gone for one that is tonally an incredible match.
For the gamers and all of us.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it's gonna. Sea of Thieves is a very funny game.
I love that game.
Yeah.
I know.
I wish I could play it more. It gives me intense motion sickness.
That's because the water is so realistic.
Yeah.
I was saying it makes a lot of sense. Like Rare's humor is a thing that is being leveraged really well now. There was a time when it just was like. People forgot that Rare was the studio made fun and funny games, and like.
I didn't say anything.
You looked at me as like, voice break, is it?
We've been screaming all week.
Yeah, I think like matching that humor of Rare with the humor of Monkey Island it makes so much sense that it was like, why didn't they do this sooner? It's crazy that they didn't do this sooner. And like they went all in as well. It's not like, oh, we've got a Guybrush skin. It's like, no, there's LeChuck is in there. There's like got a full story campaignn, characters that are behaving like little Monkey Island weirdos and
little freaks.
Little freaks.
Little Monkey Island freaks.
I am almost tempted to like reinstall it and brave the sickness again because I love Monkey Island.
And it's out next month too.
Yeah, exactly.
We were kind of complaining a little bit that everything was either didn't have a release date or it was a 2024, but it was really great to see them drop something like
a few things.
Like this. We also got a brand new flight sim coming 2024.
Yeah.
Honestly, there was a lot going on there. I'm not a flight sim person. I actually don't really like flying that much.
But they have hot air balloons.
But they've got Dune.
Oh well, no, isn't that for the new one?
Yes,
though?
no, it's for the current one.
Yes.
See the movie and watch and play the game. What was that tagline? But no, I mean genuinely.
Speedboat in your bathtub. What is that the director said? He said if you don't see Dune in the theater, it's like having a speedboat in a bathtub. And I'd be like, that sounds fucking sick. No. I'm gonna put a speedboat in my bathtub. So that's when I'm gonna play Flight Simulator in my bathtub.
My bed. They really nailed that.
And fly in the Dune ship and watch Dune on like a Game Boy Pocket while on a speed racer in my bathtub and experience everything the way he wanted it to be.
Exactly. But no, that looked cool. I think that's a really. I mean, I was just saying that Flight Sim doesn't do anything for me. I'm not really a sim person other than The Sims. But I was saying when we were on the Giant Pop thing that like the way to get me is to tie in with stuff that I like a lot. So obviously they did the Top Gun Maverick stuff last year, and now Dune. So hey,
put a Lord of the Rings plane.
The Eagles.
Big Eagle.
Yeah, but the Eagles in Flight Sim.
What do we think of the Hellblade 2 showing?
I really like what I saw. It's really obviously we didn't get to see. I mean, we saw some gameplay stuff.
I think it's a very difficult game to put in a showcase.
It's a difficult game to put in a showcase, and also like I feel like the trailer that we saw was not as like action packed as we probably wanted it to be. We wanted more bombast, but it hit what Ninja Theory needs to hit, and the notes that people want out of a Hellblade game, which is ASMR, plenty of that, a lot of that. But also like visual imagery that's striking, or moments like taking that fantasy wrapper of understanding mental health and the issues that plague people that have, you know, these kind of like schizophrenia, multiple personality, that kind of stuff, kind of angles, and psychosis and that kind of stuff, and presenting that in a fantasy universe. And as far as that objective goes, I think they nailed it. The kind of prospect of going back to that world is both exciting because I want to explore it more and see how they interpret like Norse mythology or whatever it may be, the kind of themes that they have, but also it feels more like, oh yeah, it's gonna be sad boy times or sad girl times, but like it's such a bizarre experience or a bizarre game to be made in this day and age, where it's like we're making a game that is really important to help you understand something that impacts so many people, but it's gonna bum you out while you're playing it, which is like, oh yeah, I'm up for that, but also I would rather not, please.
It's been one of my most anticipated games since it was announced, alongside the announcement of the Xbox Series X. Like but it's one of those things that like seeing that trailer is like is a similar feeling that I think we get, that I've gotten for the past couple of years of seeing, is like, I know, like I'm ready. Like there's nothing you can do to like that won't make me play that game at this point. So like the only thing I got like excited about, and this is like the nerdy cinematographer in me, is that like they're like actually making anamorphic and like using like an anamorphic simulated lens. So like the flare, like, you know, the bokeh is a certain way, and I was like, and the last time a game did that where people got upset was The Evil Within.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
They patched it out. So stick to your guns, Ninja Theory. Make it anamorphic. The world is ready for it. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, and we'll be ready when it comes out in 2024.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Everything's 2024, but
I don't think we had a year attachment to that game.
It just said 2024.
But I mean, even
before it,
it was like when it's ready.
Yeah.
Coming up on my personal highlight of the show, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. What a Austin Powers ass trailer! Oh my god!
I loved it.
As soon as I saw my boy Ichiban wash up on the beach, I was like,
what's he up to? What's he doing now?
What's he doing?
Hanging out with
So I guess
his
like
dragon.
He was like, listening like a dragon. This is a dragon.
oh my god! But no, I mean, like, it looks like it's taking place in Hawaii or even America, and just I'm so excited.
Get out! If this is the first in the series, like
I just love the idea of a Yakuza like spin-off series where it's Ichiban just traveling the world and like experiencing culture from a Japanese perspective.
Well, I love the way that even when you play Like a Dragon and there's the American guys, like, hey,
boy.
But this is the one thing that this trailer didn't show, is that like we know that in this game, Kiryu is supposed to come back with different hair, but like how is that going to play into them? Are they collectively going to Hawaii?
I mean, like, is the man who erased his name?
That's like the setup for that's what I understand. Like, yeah, that's basically.
He's like Kiryu, and he's like, no, that's not me.
No, I have silver hair.
I don't have a name. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.
I erased it.
I'm a Hawaiian. I'm an American person now. So I don't even know what his name is going to be now, but it's just it was definitely like amazing. I was very excited about that.
I love the trailer. I can't wait to see
And also
more.
Infinite Wealth.
What a name!
That is what I would say. Like, there was a lot of games that have very forgettable names. Infinite Wealth is not one of them.
No,
like,
it immediately became a meme.
You will remember one game name from this show, and it is definitely Infinite Wealth.
Infinite. Well, I mean, speaking of a game name that I immediately forgot, but the game looks really cool. The trailer was awesome. It was Path of the Goddess from Capcom.
Oh yeah.
Which I thought was Onimusha.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I said. I was out there being like,
it's got the Goatse doors from Onimusha.
Like,
I was like, this is Onimusha. It's Onimusha. And then it wasn't Onimusha, which was sad, but also it looks interesting, really cool. Looked like a co-op game. Awesome.
Well, yeah, the way
I
like,
can't tell if it's co-op or if it's like AI partner or something like that.
Yeah, like the camera was positioned in such a way that made it really feel like it was team based, or at least like you'd be working with other people in some way. But like it's cool, you know, like it's cool to see a new IP from something like Capcom.
Yeah, they've been absolutely knocking it out of the park lately with revivals of existing IP. So this is you know, Exo Primal we don't know anything about, or we don't know if it's good yet.
Street Fighter people
deep down, I mean, Street Fighter's great, but it's an existing IP. Deep down, we don't know where it's gone. Everything else that they're doing is like we know relatively what it's going to be. So this is an unknown quantity. So I feel like this is a big moment for Capcom where they've really raised their profile again, but doing things that we know, and this is one of the few games that they have is like, hey, we're gonna try something that you don't know again, and that is like, if they can nail that, then I feel like they really cement the fact that they are back in a big bad way, and hopefully like they've got another banger on their hand, like between all the Resi games, Monster Hunter and Street Fighter. The back catalog is doing a lot of work for them. I think they just need to set up some new ones now.
I feel like they're in a position like take a little risk. Like they had so many good things. Like you know,
worst case scenario, we'll remake another Resident Evil. It'll be fine.
We've been asking about it. It's fine.
Devil May Cry remake. Here it comes.
I am very confused about what the Overwatch 2 thing was.
Yeah, it was. I think it was that.
I feel like if they'd shown that when they announced that story missions were going, it would have maybe lessened the blow.
Yeah. I mean, it is what they said it was.
Yeah, it is,
right?
but I don't think maybe it wasn't communicated well enough at the time. But there is something about having a visual and kind of still showing people that there is a lot more story stuff. The fact that if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you can get like all the new heroes that came with Overwatch 2 is great. I'm very into that.
It's a I think it adds to the confusion a little.
Yeah.
I feel like the disappointment around them saying that our PvE is changing has been palpable. And this is like further confused it because it evokes what people think we're gonna get out of the original version of the PvE, right? And it's really confusing because it is what they said it was going to be. They were like, we're not doing this elaborate single player campaign or like a PvE campaign that has like, almost a separate kind of experience with talents and that kind of stuff. But we are taking what we have built and the ambition for telling stories and integrating it into the framework of the Overwatch But when you watch it, you're like, is this just a straight up campaign? What's going on? And it's like, it's very confusing.
It also didn't have a distinct name.
No,
it doesn't need to, but it was
they were showing,
difficult to
they were just showing off the new modes and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, that was the main thing, like the hero, what do you call it? The trial modes or whatever it's called.
Hero Mastery.
Mastery and like the new other multiplayer gameplay modes and extra stuff around there. But they showed off a lot of story stuff and it's just very weird. Like it's just very strange, confusing messaging, and like Lucy said, like if that was there earlier, it might have helped to be like, hey, we took out the talent stuff that's gone, but we're still gonna tell this kind of story. That's just like very, I don't know.
Yeah, I was definitely leaning on you too, because like I loved Overwatch, but like I see you both like as like the Overwatch people in my life. So I was curious because I was sitting there being like. I thought we weren't doing this. We aren't doing.
What's going on there?
We had another one, Jusant with the
climbing game,
the climbing game. Yeah, which looked really cute. I really like
very
that
unexpected from Dontnod.
Yeah, Dontnod have a couple of games like that. They have the Banishes one, which is kind of looks more in line with what we traditionally know of as Dontnod. Decision-based stuff, powers. This one, and they just released one too.
Yeah, it's quietly becoming, not quietly, but they're a very exciting studio.
Yeah.
Like, obviously we know them for the hit video game Remember Me.
Capcom back catalog, bring it back.
Like they are really leveraging kind of like the success of, stuff like Life is Strange to diversify. And I think that's a really smart thing for them to do. You don't want to get pigeonholed and there's probably a team that team there who's like, we want to do more than just this specific type of game, because their origins, a lot of things that kind of put them on the map is like Remember Me was an action game, a very interesting, perhaps not a successful action game, but like it had ideas that were really cool. That
it's like memory
and kind of like remixing and action and platforming and that kind of stuff, and that didn't like pop off in a major way, but when they found the success of narrative-driven episodic games, they kind of leaned into that hard. But it meant that the ideas that they were exploring were kind of predictable. It was a very specific template. I'm glad that they're in a space now where ideas are at the forefront again, and they feel comfortable enough to explore different kind of gameplay styles and frameworks and that kind of stuff. So I'm definitely excited to see what this game is and how it plays, especially if it does well, it could be an example of them, or a first sign or first step of them putting out more like that.
Next up is, I think, another highlight for me. Still Wakes the Deep, a Kurt-ass game as well.
Oh, I love Chinese Room.
Yeah.
So when I saw Chinese Room, I like stood up and I was like, I don't even know what this is. I want it. I'm here for it. And it's I want like. They stepped away from their sort of traditional thing after Dear Esther and Everyone's Going to the Rapture. They had their one big game that was like canceled, and like they did like a Machine for Pigs.
No.
No.
They had another one.
Yeah, they had a project that
They had a rocky few
yeah.
years, and they did some smaller games. So it was seeing this like it looks like a horror game that they're not really revealing
100%.
much. Yeah, but it really is.
But I mean, if you think about it, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture is a horror game.
Absolutely. So I was like super excited to see like this sort of return to form for them.
And it's really fascinating because, I mean, the team, if it's the same leadership team, they really know horror games.
Yeah.
They never showed it through a lot of their games, but when we did a documentary series on Resident Evil, one of the people we talked to was senior, kind of like person at leadership role at Chinese Room, and the discussion around Resident Evil, it was clear that they understood survival horror in a way that usually you'd expect only survival horror developers would know.
Yeah.
So it's exciting to see that they're taking something that they are kind of aware of and know about and are actually making that the main thing now, because that kind of experience could be really terrifying if they get it right.
I love how you're like, that's a Kirk game.
Yeah, no. No, you were in the other room, and I was like, we'll talk about that with Kurt later. Cyberpunk.
It was so nice to see Keanu again.
I was
thriving,
especially at the very end when he's just like,
the way that he exited like an NPC.
I have to go.
Really great trailer, I think, from Phantom Liberty.
Let me just check something real quick.
Oh yeah, really great trailer from Phantom Liberty. I'm excited that it's coming this year. It's coming sooner than I think we all thought it was.
The preview window is.
Oh, can we talk about it?
Yeah, we can talk about it. So we
played it yesterday.
Cyberpunk, and while it is.
Jake has a great preview up on GameSpot.com. Jake and John Luke did impressions. It's also up on the YouTube channel. We played it yesterday.
We played an hour and a half of it, an hour and a bit of it yesterday, and it is pretty comprehensive. Like
the thing that they're not talking about is how much the game has
they're focusing
changed.
on Idris Elba and like the new area, but they have. This is going to sound real cruel, and it's going to sound like kind of maybe a bit clickbaity, but I think they finished the game. Like, this is the game that clearly they wanted to release, and it shows immediately. Because the things that you are like, why doesn't this make sense? Or why is this so weird? When you play the original, and then you think, this is CD Projekt Red. They know how to make these games. Like, this is a very strange decision for them to do. You play this game and you're like, oh, you basically had to get it out, and this is the solution to getting it out quickly. And now that you're going back to like build on top, this is the original vision for what you want. And it's all kind of like exemplified by the fact that in the original trailer they showed V leaning out of a car, firing a gun, and like it was like cool as fuck car combat. That was not in the game that they released. It is now. You can
cars have guns.
You have car combat. There's
built in now.
Guns on cars, so you can like, and there is a full like 5-star police system again that works. Where it's like if you if you get to the 5-star level, like Max Tac will come in and drop like crazy powered enemies that you have to fight. They made the melee work like
pretty much every major system. Has been
they said
overhauled.
every major system has been touched in some way. And it is like the swords, for example, the katanas. Like it was so annoying using them. They've added like an air dash, so like you can like dash in, sword out, and it's like it feels like the game that they wanted to make and the game that we wanted.
We were expecting.
Yeah.
Do you know if some of those
they're all
they apply to the entire game?
Okay.
Yeah. So when I played that, I was like, I'm stopping my current playthrough, and I'm gonna wait because it's like they've rework the way you upgrade. They rework the way you unlock abilities. The skill trees.
Armor is now in your skin rather than specific.
In your thing. Yeah. You can like add when you add like cybernetics. There's like a bar which if you go too high, it results in cyberpsychosis. Like it does in Edge Runners, and like you're like, oh, okay, this is the idea. This is what you wanted. We get it now, and it looks really. We're playing on PC, and they're like. Change it to night, and they changed it to night, and all the graphical effects. It was like, okay, this is it. This is Cyberpunk 2077, and it feels like. Obviously, we played a small slice of it.
Yeah, so we didn't actually play. So we played an hour and a half from the beginning of Phantom Liberty, but They had to make a little video to kind of set up the expansion.
Yeah.
That won't be in the final game.
Yeah.
And then we played a little, like the first opening part of the mission, and then we had a time skip. So we
yeah.
missed an hour.
Yeah.
But then it's because you don't actually meet Solomon Reed until
Quite
a little
yeah,
bit
decent,
further
yeah.
in. And so
And
we
they're one-shots,
obviously
yeah.
wanted to meet Solomon Reed.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like we don't know whether it's gonna hold up the entire way. Is it a Blood and Wine style thing where you start to finish is banger,
Yeah.
or is it like we saw the very best of like an expansion that is otherwise okay? But fundamentally, it improves the game as a whole, and it more than anything, based on what I played, it feels like CD Projekt earning the kind of re-earning the respect and the kind of like the trust that people put into them after Witcher. And it feels like once this is out, and if it's as good as it seems to be, we can be confident in like supporting that studio again and feeling good about the projects they make, because when they make something else, it will be like, okay, it was a rough start to Cyberpunk, but they got there in the end, and the game that they put out is actually very, very, very good.
Yep.
But that's my hope anyway.
Yep.
That's the hope. Like again, like it's preview, so who knows that stuff can be manipulated in very interesting ways. But I'm more confident in the Cyberpunk that we will be getting than the Cyberpunk we got at the start of its release, which is exciting.
Yep. We also had City Skylines 2. Look great. I'm not really much else to say about it.
I mean, there was a moment where like, is this SimCity? And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I also had that, and I was like, no, SimCity 2014 was such a disaster that I don't think we're going back there again. But I said we'd talk about Persona. Let's talk about Persona. So, Metaphor ReFantasio, from the creators of Persona 3,
Sounds
4,
like
5.
a JoJo character.
Sounds like a JoJo character.
These damn names.
Yeah.
But like, so is this the fantasy game they were working on?
I
They had a
don't
lot.
know.
Yo, Johnny is giving me a thumbs up. It's the fantasy game they were working on.
What was it? Was
This is Project.
Oh, and that would make ReFantasio.
Yeah, ReFantasio. Yeah, it makes sense. But like, I think the initial reveal made it seem like it would be more like a Dragon Questy style. Like, hey, we've got elves and shit. But it's like, hey, no, we've got Persona shit going on in here.
We've got bonds and elves.
Also elves.
It had bonds, like so.
Yeah,
that kind of system.
Day system, the whole thing.
It feels like what they've done here is like, we are known for Persona. We have traditionally made a series called Shin Megami Tensei. Let's try and see if we can make another offshoot that brings some of those things together and creates a new thing for people to really get obsessed with. And it looks like everything that you would want out of like those two kind of worlds that they've created. So I'm excited for anything Persona team
for
makes.
another
Atlas makes.
140 hours.
Well, I mean, well, no. So the Persona 3 Reload coming out early next year. Persona 5 Tactica.
Yeah.
Which Jan from Giant Bomb
Jan stood
lost his mind over. Tiles.
Tiles. He loves it. He
Very
loves tiles.
cute,
Yeah.
little chibi art style.
But Persona 3 is my favorite Persona, and I am so glad that it's coming back. And I hope that it looks like they've given it. They finished Persona 5 and was like, let's do that for this game, because that game.
It's hard to go back to now.
It's hard to go back to, and especially because the leaps between Persona 3 to 4 to 5 are significant. Like they're huge in both like design, like style, confidence, and kind of like narrative as well. They're making a lot of progress in those, and I always wanted them to take those learnings back to Persona 3 because this is the one that I really, really adored. And that is looking like what they did it, and I'm excited for everyone to experience that soundtrack.
I'm just glad that something that there was still a surprise for Atlas people, you know, like
Yeah.
it was like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it was like, you know, there's this moment where it's like I didn't know it was coming to Xbox, but like Persona 3 remake, like Reload, whatever it's called, like I know an audience of people in our office and so somebody's changed the cameras that would have lost their mind.
We're here, and
but
there's the one outside.
I have to say,
couple outside.
So Michael Hyam, our boy, I'm almost.
The P stands for Persona.
He said this. He's glad that two things did leak, because if he saw Persona 3 remake Persona 5 Tactica, and then this game back to back, you would have had a heart attack.
Yeah,
like he would have died. Like so,
Thank you to the leakers thank the Atlas for leaking themselves.
It's also kind of wild to see so much Atlas on stage
Yes.
at an Xbox event, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And you know, Xbox
Man.
making inroads in Japan, and it's paying off.
There was a time when Atlas was making games for 10 people, and it was wild.
One of them's here.
Yeah,
One of them's in there.
one's there. And like it is.
They're all in
just-
this room. Like,
It is
they're out
like
there.
it is just wild to see how far they've come. Like even as a top tier developer that they've always been. Like I never thought that SMT or Persona would be as big as it is right now, and it's great. The same goes for Yakuza. Like Sega just killing it.
Yep. Towerborn, a brand new game from the team behind Banner Saga, looked really cool. I mean, humanity's cities have fallen and the Belfry is all that's left. I kind of love that stuff. But four-player co-op in a never-changing world might lose me a little bit. Obviously, the Banner Saga, such a great and emotional story, but it looked really cool. Clockwork Revolution, though, is definitely more my wheelhouse.
One of the surprises of the show, I think.
I can't remember if they'd already announced
I
that.
don't think I've seen
I
that
think that
before.
was
No,
new.
I think that was one of the games that Phil says we're making games that you don't know about.
So this is the In Exile. It's an RPG. I mean, the comparisons to Bioshock, I'll get them out of the way here, but obviously a lot of Bioshock in there. But it seems like the lady, what was her name again? Ironwood?
Ironwood, yeah.
She can follow you through time or something.
Yeah, it's got some wild stuff going on.
Yeah, so I'm very intrigued to see how that works out, but it looked really great.
I straight up like
A lot of good
with-
British accents in there.
with In Exile, like what they do, I thought it was like, for the longest time, I was like, before they even showed actual first-person gameplay, they were just showing the city. I was like, are they just doing a tactical in Bioshock Infinite? I was just sitting there like waiting because just knowing what that studio does. So when I actually went first person, I still was like, wait, did they get the Bioshock like IP? I was like, what's going on? And then the more and more I saw, the more like I was like, okay, this is something different. But again, it is cool to see a new IP that like by an interesting studio that usually is known for one thing to now be doing something like this, and like it looks like big, like it looks like it, you know.
Yeah.
Like I was definitely kind of taken back by it, despite the fact being like, what is this? What is this? Is this not? But Bioshock. Yeah, obvious things out of the way. I know. Time travel.
Where is that new Bioshock, by the way?
Where is that new Bioshock? That's a good question. You know.
Xbox Series S, so brand new model, 1 terabyte storage.
Carbon black.
Carbon black, $350. September 1st, pretty good.
Cool.
Bit of hardware news.
That's definitely.
Yeah,
for
I mean, like,
Starfield.
Starfield is coming
Yeah.
out. You want to ramp up production on this Series X, which is, they said that they've done that, it's more available. And then you also want to create a kind of rejuvenating effect on the more affordable model for people who want to download a bunch of games. Like, it might also be like, Starfield is a big game, everyone. Please.
Please
I'm already prepping to
expansion.
pay for more.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes perfect sense, and people like to buy black consoles.
Yep.
People like me.
So Starfield then. There is a lot that they showed today. It was a beefy presentation, very, very dense. For my money, a little too dense.
Yeah.
It came off to me as quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
But I think they did a pretty good job of saying, like, they highlighted a lot of very, very cool stuff. And I think they did a good job of kind of saying, like, if you want to do this, you can. If you want to do that, you can.
Yeah.
But it's just very difficult to know where to start.
Yeah.
I think that's difficult because, like, the problem we had was, before we went into it, like, the thing I said was, I'm not sure what the core loop thread is. Like, what is it? I assume it's the same thing that, Bethesda games have always been. Like, it's a quest-based RPG. And it seems like that is what this is, but then it's couched in a crazy amount of other things. So
Yeah.
it kind of got lost, where it's like, what am I doing this for? Why am I doing any of this? And, like, if I just want to sit down and play for half an hour and do a couple quests, am I going to be able to do that? Or am I going to be, it's going to be like, you need to build a ship. Also, your plants are dying. Also, that star is blowing up. Also, you're being invaded. Or you need to repopulate this planet. It's like, what is the core? But I think that is almost impossible to lay out in something like this. Yeah, I'm sure it's there and it's very clear, and it's like Golden Path is very obvious, and this is, once you pick it up, you know exactly where it is. But I didn't see it there, and I also understand why I didn't see it there. It's a big, ambitious game.
My big thing with this is that, like, as a huge Bethesda freak, Little freak. Little freak, big freak. Big freak, little freak. I'm a big freak. It's like, it was interesting. Like, I admittedly like started it's just glazing over information at that point because there's so much to it. But I like my take. I mean, I'm already gonna play the game, obviously. But like the takeaway was like, Skyrim is a game that has lasted 10 years, and like it just keeps going and going and going. And it's like Starfield feels like a game they're building for 10 years.
Yeah.
But the other thing I really, really appreciate is that this is a game that's like, it's good to see a single-player game being built for a 10-year experience that isn't going to be games of service, that isn't going to be like, it just feels like we're going to get a big game. And like, I'm hoping this idea like of building ships and farms and all that jazz, like, similar to Fallout 4, where your ability to like build like bases and towns like stuff. I didn't do any of that.
Oh, that's
but
the thing.
I
That's
sure
where
know people
I
did.
did.
Oh yeah.
So I'm probably gonna build the ugliest, worst ship that just works. Like I'm not gonna care. It's gonna look like a disaster.
Yeah.
Same with whatever house I build. It's gonna be. Well, actually, I did get pretty serious about my family in Skyrim.
My family in Skyrim.
Yeah, and I adopted 2 kids. I got a skeever for one of them. They have a room filled with sweet rolls. They're doing okay.
Oh, I was
haven't visited them in a
obsessed
little
with the
bit.
dev who said that she just went on sandwiches. She would just raid other people's ships and steal their
we were
sandwiches.
talking about it on Giant Bomb, where I was like, I'm going to become a sandwich merchant in space. But yeah. So the thing that this reminds me of in a lot of ways, and it's a weird kind of point of comparison, but it makes sense in my head, is like, this feels like their GTA Online. Where it's like they build a thing that is so big that they just keep adding to it. And
I mean, first story expansion already been announced.
Exactly.
In the Deluxe
And
Edition.
I feel like GTA Online is a huge runaway success. It makes an ungodly amount of money, and the foundation of it is when it first came out, people were like, "This sucks," and then Rockstar just went in and just kept adding to it. And by the time they were done, like not even done, by the time they got to a point where people were paying attention, it was like, this is an incredible like all-consuming experience where you can be a weirdo street thug or manage a club or whatever it may be. And it feels like this is the goal and the intent for Starfield as well, but the baseline is going to be a much higher quality. So people come in and a lot of that stuff is already there, and then the next 10 years is going to be like, hey, we added 100,000 more ship icons or like ship parts for you to make something crazy. Oh, we put a new planet here and it's got this kind of vegetation and that kind of stuff and these weird little creatures and etc. And I feel like the 10-year plan thing is going to definitely pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed by it, and as we said in our pre-show, I saw the first trailer and I was like, wow, I'm gonna play that.
Yeah.
And so I was very surprised at how good it looked.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
I mean, there's there is a certain style you come to expect with Bethesda Game Studio games.
Sandpaper textures on everything.
Yeah, everyone's looking a little bit more angular. But no, I thought it looked really good. I'm really intrigued by the Constellation as a group that you join, and like that being the thing that I assume punts you into space and kind of do your exploration. But like, I'm also just kind of excited for a non-online sort of just chill maintenance sort of game where I just have a little farm, or I go explore and I go to this planet and I start scanning things, because I missed the window on No Man's Sky, and there are so many changes that have come to No Man's Sky.
I think we tried to get into No Man's Sky in the past year, and it still is just sort of like a kind of daunting but also like vacant sort of experience. I know people say like
that's
really
kind of part of the point, but
but I guess that's not the thing I
want out of it.
So like, and I admit when I saw it in this, when they're like showed mining, I was kind of like, ooh.
Yeah, when they showed mining, but then I think for me where it all kind of came around and came together was the weird and quirky sort of side stuff, and they were teasing the dude from Oblivion, some of the other characters that just kind of popped up, and just some of the weird things that you can do as a player. That's what interests me, because I feel like from Bethesda Game Studios at least, that was how I loved playing Skyrim.
Yeah.
And so I'm stoked.
We talked about it over there, but it was like, imagine being one of the people who crowdfunded Star Citizen right now and being like, we still don't have that game, and Bethesda has made the thing that you've been making for many years already. That must be annoying as hell. But also, like, the thing that impressed me most was like, it's so many games, so many ideas, so many like systems, and all of them look incredible incredibly polished.
Yeah.
Like in the past, you could watch a Bethesda game trailer and be like, that looks rough. Like the shooting looks rough, you know.
The shooting looked really
It looked
fun.
like if you had like cut the shooting sections out and said this is the new Call of Duty, you'd be like, all right, they're doing another sequel to Infinite Warfare or whatever. And it looks on point. Same with like the building. That looked like it could have been, I don't know, like some EVE Online thing. And like the mining and destroying ships is hard space shipbreak as well. You know, it's very comprehensive.
It was like sick to see in the combat, like shooting those like ice canisters that like create those
Oh,
giant
yeah.
icicles, and then like jet backing up.
Oh,
And, like,
yeah. When they got me, it was like, oh, if you shoot in zero gravity, you can push back.
yeah, and like in I mean, you know, like I'm just assuming this because I'll make any excuse to talk about developer machine games of Wolfenstein 3. I assume they just like gave him a call and be like, you can make this feel good, right?
It
Like,
definitely looks like their thing.
yeah.
I would not be surprised if they were like, oh yeah, we had all these people on it.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm thinking about now is like, it is space. It is space. I think that what I want from it, I don't know if I'm gonna get. It looks comprehensive. It looks huge. It feels like a space life sim, but is the mystery or like the intrigue or the kind of like the weirdness of space going to be represented? And the game that I think about that does that incredibly well is Outer Wilds. Like every time you go up into space, it is like a mind-blowing experience when you approach a planet. Like there's planets in that game that are like baffling until you spend time on them, figure out how it works. And is that going to be the case when you approach a random planet in Starfield, or is it going to be like, we've got different kinds of freaks here, and like, you know, it's a
Big freaks,
sand
little
planet,
freaks.
and like also like we need this kind of stuff done? Or is it going to be like, I don't understand how the kind of like thermodynamics or the gravity of this planet works. I don't understand how to get around it, and then you try and figure it out over and over again, and you're like, oh, this planet is connected to that planet over there. I need to get over there. I need to slingshot myself around that planet and get, like, is that kind of wonder going to be there beyond you're just going out into a place and then coming down a new place and then do the shooty bang bang, whatever it may be. I hope that they have that kind of like, space is dangerous and mysterious and weird instead of like
The Final Frontier. Some might say.
yeah. Instead of having like a very much like a almost like colonize this bitch.
Overall, then let's wrap up. I thought it was actually a pretty good showcase for Xbox. I think it was a really great variety. There was a lot of stuff in there that ticked a lot of boxes for me. I hope that that's kind of helped change the tide for like the start of the year that they've had. It remains to be seen. But like, I just think it was a pretty great showing.
I just think it's neat.
I just think, is it because my voice is gone? I sound like Marge Simpson. I just think it's neat. No, I thought it was a pretty good showcase for them. I could maybe do with a little less Forza stuff, maybe a little, you know, like.
They
are very popular. Like
those
those games we know are just going to be good, but they are for maybe like a very specific.
I think the thing that I could do without in the Forza part is where Ford people, it's like, we have done a Ford.
This
Ford
Chevrolet.
is cool. It's like, just show the racing.
When GM Motors
I know there's people
took
out
the
there that are
streets.
like very excited about Chevrolet or whatever, but like, is this time for you to like plug a car company?
Gasoline.
Probably not. Yeah, it's like.
But I also think, like, in terms of the showing they had, weird little games that I don't think would have had.
Weird Little Freaks?
I mean, they had weird little freaks in them, but no, like weird games, like, you know, the new stuff from Don't Know, this, like a really great showing for the Chinese room.
Yeah.
I think it was great. It kind of got me excited because as well, I think it was paced, and obviously all the stuff with Sega Atlas. Like, it's really cool to see a Japanese studio kind of going all in with Xbox for a change.
And you hit on something there very briefly that is worth talking about, which is actually the format of the show, which is something that people pay attention to a lot more now. It's been a point of discussion for the last few days, weeks, months, years. It's the pacing of it, as you just said, like was, I think, immaculate, like really well done. I didn't feel bored by how long things are going or like segments entirety that felt pointless or superfluous. There were parts where I was like, this game isn't for me, but I never felt like I'm disengaging because of the format of what we got here. We saw Phil Spencer once.
Wearing a Hexen shirt.
Wearing a Hexen shirt, which was clearly custom, which is upsetting.
Well, he's coming later today. He better still be wearing it.
Never wear a t-shirt unless you're going to show off a game for it, okay? That's what I'm saying. And we saw Sarah Bond at the start, and then Forza Man in the middle.
Was it? Great.
3
You had the
people.
world. You had the world premiere voice.
World premiere voice was in there, and it was like paced really well.
Yep.
Didn't overstay its welcome up until the bit where it was an hour-long section on one game that went on and on and on and on. But like that is what
At least they set it up with Xbox
and this is the they put the Starfield trailer in the main thing.
Yeah, yeah.
To be like, okay.
That's not a. Yeah, that's not.
Which did feel.
But then, you know, when they said they were doing a deep dive on Starfield, they meant it, and I feel like, you know, I as a viewer,
not a dig at all at the format. Like that was the point where if you felt like this is too much for me, or you could bounce very easily without missing anything and getting FOMO for it. So like, props were due on the construction of that press conference. As far as how it was to experience a press conference start to finish, I thought it was exceptional. As far as the content itself, I thought it was very good. As far as what it means for the future of Xbox, I thought it was good. Could have been better.
2024 is going to be the real, you know.
Well, but the problem is, what you just said is what a lot of us tend to say, like 2022 is going to be the year.
It's going to be my year. Yeah.
This is my year.
But I mean, no, I mean,
for now we just
Starfield is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's going to hold.
Yeah.
I mean, if it comes out right, you know, if it comes out, you know, expectations have been wonky this year, but. Like, my thing with the showcase is that it was very balanced. It was very clear. There was questions I had going into this that were answered. Like, it was cool to see a game from Compulsions. Don't know what it is, but I was just cool. Like, okay, good. They're doing something. I was able to see a game like Avowed that wasn't just some pre-rendered, trailer that showed up. Like, it's stuff like that where I was just like, I had questions. I got answers. There's like, of course, certain things I didn't get to see, and that's fine. But I saw Phil Spencer wearing a Hexen shirt, which always made me be like, if he was wearing a Phantasmagoria shirt, I would have flipped this table, I would have jumped out a window and come right back up.
You fly?
Yeah, I was
on the 21st floor.
In your reality, but
Alan Wake.
But I was again, it was one of those things where it was like. It was just good to see a clean, concise, well-paced show, and I had questions that were answered, and like things that like I was surprised by, like Chinese room. Like there was very curt, specific things. I was like, oh, cool. That's me. So I had a good time.
Lovely. Well, thank you again for joining us on our pre and post show. Don't forget, we have Phil Spencer and Matt Boosie coming to the Giant Bomb Couch tonight.
8 p.m.
8 p.m. GiantBomb.com, obviously, and also twitch.tv/GiantBomb. I believe we're also going to be streaming that to YouTube too, so youtube.com/GiantBomb. We'll also be back again tomorrow doing pre and post show for the Ubisoft Forward press conference. And I don't know if we're doing it for Capcom, but we will be streaming everything.
I don't believe so.
Make sure to check out on the website because now we can talk about some of the stuff. There's a more extended chat about the Cyberpunk demo as well as Jake's written thoughts.
Alan Wake from Kurt.
Alan Wake from Kurt as well is on there. We've got a bunch of other stuff that we're just about to film for Summer Game Fest, which will be very exciting. Can't wait for you to see it. Thank you again for joining us. We'll catch you next time.
So long.